Hello? Hold on. Finally get to play this game again. Hold on. I'm gonna check out all my Pokemans in Pokemon Sleep. I hope I get a Clefable or a Clefairy or a Cleffa or whatever sometime this weekend. I went to sleep last night. I mean, obviously. And when I woke up, I had dozing sleep, so I didn't even have a chance. Literally could not have gotten a Clefairy, Cleffa, Clefairy, Clefable. Yeah. And I was like, I was actually mad. Like I reviewed my sleep for the night and it said snoozing, or said dozing, and I was like, I hate this game. Yeah, I don't know. I don't actually hate it, but I was just like, I was very, very frustrated. They should have put one in each sleep type, but I don't know. I guess they're trying to encourage you to get good sleep, but I literally only ever get dozing and snoozing. I've gotten slumbering like 3 times in 70 days because I can't sleep. I can't sleep like that. I literally cannot, hit deep sleep for very long. Like every day it's like 20% of my total sleep. Like I don't, it just doesn't happen. And I hit snoozing most of the time, but I've been hitting dozing like a lot the last few weeks, and it's really annoying because I just want EVs. I want more EVs, and that's a snoozing sleep Pokemon. Anyway, I worked 15 hours yesterday. It was really annoying. I'm complaining about that for a little bit. Not even that much. It's just the same stuff I've been complaining about, of like, I'm doing this contractor's job for $27 while he gets paid, $200 plus, I bet. And he knows it. I don't know. Like, I talked to him yesterday. Oh. Why? Oh, it's like a... Is it special? I can't tell. What's Steve? I don't remember what... what button... Oh, I guess I was already disengaged, kind of.
Don't just assume they're pushovers.
Yeah, A. Anyway, I talked to him because I was like, I am kind of, well, whatever. Yesterday we had a meeting with, my manager. It was like every week we have a meeting on Thursday. I have a meeting on Monday and a meeting on Thursday, 2 weekly meetings. And the Thursday meeting is with my manager. So Monday is me, my supervisor, and that contractor I work with. And it's just us going over tickets and, kind of just talking about them and getting advice from the others. Like, hey, do you know how to deal with this? Or have you seen this before? Just kind of like sharing our experiences to help, clear up tickets. But the Thursday meeting is me, my supervisor, that contractor, my manager, and the IT director or whatever he is. The role player, the LARPing IT director. He doesn't actually LARP, he's LARPing as an IT director. Anyway, that meeting is more about like, what do you have planned for the week from now until next Thursday. I don't know why we don't move that to a different day. I always thought it was weird that it starts on a Thursday and it's like a plan for your week until the next Thursday instead of starting on like doing it on Friday or Monday. That just like to me it makes sense. It would make more sense to have it on Friday, but maybe they have it on Thursday because nobody works on Monday or Friday. I don't know. That's how this office works. Anyway, yeah, during that meeting, it was like my manager now controls that meeting. Before it was this contracting group, but they fired him or whatever, and so we've taken their meeting and made it our own, basically, or my manager has taken it and made it her own. And she's already extremely my experiences with her aren't too bad most of the time. Like she's just a bit not even aggressive, just rude. Like she just comes into my office and sits down and like tries to take up my time without ever really asking. Man, I don't know. Can I talk now? Nope, my throat's like, I don't know what's going on there. I just ate, but I don't know that this is like not that. I don't know. Anyway, she's annoying like that, but she's always been nice to me and good to me, like work-wise, whereas everyone else has had nothing but negative experiences with her. Like I have plenty to complain about her, and I have complained about her, but she likes me. I don't like her, but she doesn't treat me like she treats everyone else, basically. But I don't even know where I was going with this, or with that part, but I don't know. Anyway, she has it. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, right. So I guess my point was she's taken over this meeting, and it's just a big spreadsheet, like an Excel spreadsheet with like the thing we're planning on doing, the time we estimate that it'll take, and then the next week we fill in the actual time it took, and then all that gets like moved forward to the next week. Like there's calculators and everything, and it's just to like plan our time and be efficient and stuff like that. It's not about like, I mean, it's kind of maximizing, not max, it's just planning, trying to be efficient with your time. And so when the contracting group had it, which I really like the way I didn't like the meeting. I thought the meeting was stupid, but like seeing how she's ran it, I'm like, man, I didn't know how good we had it. Because the guy who hosted it, he would, he's like, all right, like, you work, my supervisor, he's like, you work, 32 hours or so a week, so we're gonna put you in for 24 hours. They like cut off, an 8-hour chunk or whatever to be like, this is, we do this because this is all estimates anyway, so we're gonna, take off a chunk of time so that just in case anything happens during the week where you can't work, you get sick, you go, you have appointments, you have whatever, this is, what that time is, like why we don't put you in for 32 hours. Also, it sounds pretty messed up to be like, that's not a good feeling to have someone, tracking your time and, like critically, I don't know, like watching your time and making sure you're being worked to the fullest extent. So we kind of leave that little leeway so that, because you're not going to work, 40 hours nonstop during your week. Your 8-hour days aren't going to be like just nothing but work, because like you have a lunch break, you have breaks, whatever. And so like, yeah, it's just like, take a chunk out of it. And so I work 40 hours, or I'm scheduled to work 40 hours, so they would always put me in for 32 hours. And so if you go over, it's whatever. It's just like, it's all estimates, and it's all just planning. So if you go over, it's like a thing of like, all right, let's see why you're over and how we can fix this, and we'll see how it turns out at the end of the week on the next meeting, and see if it actually took you that long or longer. But anyway, well, I don't know why I'm explaining all this, but my manager runs this meeting now, and so the way I was like kind of special because I'm the help desk dude. So my time is hard to plan because I have the help desk, which is all unplanned. It like we can put estimates for how long I think it'll take and whatever, but like it's still like the help desk work takes up like at least half of my time during the week, and that's what like tracking my times. Because yeah, whatever, I was a special case where like I didn't put in projects, I just put in what my ticket times were, and my ticket times were categorized by unplanned, planned, and immediate response. And it's just like, you know, what is the type of help desk ticket thing that I get, you know, hit with, and how urgent it was, and whether it was avoidable or unavoidable. Anyway, that's just how my part of that spreadsheet has been. It's just like I go through all my tickets that I did for the last week and put in my times and say, you know, this is what my times were. I can still put in like projects that I have to, you know, that I have planned for the week and stuff, because there's still time, but it was, you know, I haven't had to do that. So once my manager took over, she's been like, hey Rigo, I noticed you didn't put anything on here. I'm like, well, I put in my ticket time. And she's like, okay, but what do you have planned for the week? And I'm like, whatever the contractor has, because like basically everything he does I have to do, because he's quitting. I've complained about this before, but he's quitting, so I have to take on all his responsibilities. So he's just making me do it, and it's very frustrating. But anyway, you know, whatever he puts down, that's what I'm doing. And you know, that's how it's been for the last few weeks. But then this week on Thursday, I put in all my times. I even put in like a thing that I'm planning for the week. And actually I didn't put it in until after, I forgot. But putting in things for the week, well, I put in my times, and then I didn't put in the one thing. I put it in after the meeting. Anyway, put in my times. Then we had our meeting, and my ticket time was like 21 hours of my total 32 hours, right? And the contractor started putting in his times with me, like with all his stuff. Like I said, I have to do all his work anyway. He puts in his name and my name, so we both get, you know, the hours added up. And my manager, you know, got to me, like, because she goes, you know, person by person, like, what do you got for this week? What are you gonna, you know, what are you gonna work on? How long is it gonna take, etc. And she got to me after the contractor, and she looked at my hours, and I was at like 35 out of 32 hours or something like that. And she was like, she's like, oh, well, you're already overbooked, so, you know, what are you gonna do? Like, basically, she has like all these plans for things that are happening and going to happen in the future. Like, she has this thing she wants done by Thanksgiving, that like, I'm like, bro, I don't know if that's gonna get done by Thanksgiving. Like, what do you can't even get this contracting group hired on, and you're trying to tell me, like, yeah, I don't know. It's very hypocritical and very frustrating to deal with, because this contracting group is supposed to start on Monday. Like, they're supposed to be hired on by the 1st. But she was talking to me on Wednesday or something. I don't remember. Earlier this week. And was like, it was me and my supervisor, and she was like, so yeah, we're not gonna get them until maybe like the 10th at least. And I was just like, what is your problem? Like, we talked to them a month ago, and we're like, yeah, let's get them, and then now you're just like delaying it, and you know, trying to adjust this contract in ways that aren't, like, you don't, like, I don't, like, one of her problems is she's trying to add like stuff to the contract to be like, hey, you know, we know you're gonna be like on our, you know, our IT support and blah blah blah, and you're gonna have admin rights and permissions, but you can't look at our files, basically. And it's like, that's not I don't know, you can't tell your administrators not to, you know, I mean, you can, and that, like, that's the thing, is like, admins are supposed to, there's like a you have to trust them. And so like if you're trying to contract this group, you have to go into it knowing you're going to have to trust them to not, I don't know, steal company secrets or whatever, which like would be really stupid of them to do, because that jeopardizes like all of their contracts. And I'm sure there's tons of legal stuff anyway without having, you know, specific stuff in the contract saying like you cannot look at our, you know, documents and files. But like it's just really stupid. Like I don't like what are you like, no matter who you contract, that's gonna happen. Like we've contracted people before, we don't have those kinds of things in those contracts and nothing's happened, because that's how that works. Like you don't, like unless it was like a brand new IT group or something, like there would be no reason to need that, because like it's assumed, and also you have to trust them. You can't like, you can't, I don't know, like yeah, you can't be paranoid like that when you're trying to have network and systems administrators. Anyway, it's just like delaying this contracting group getting hired on, which is, you know, making my life more stressful, because the contractor that we do have, he's leaving on the 19th, and so it's like you're running out of time. Like if it goes past the 19th, we're gonna be kind of screwed, because if he leaves and I'm the only one there and something happens that I don't know how to do or I can't do, we're gonna be screwed. And so yeah, I don't know. But then like, so my point is, she's, you know, procrastinating this thing and making it take longer, but then she's, you know, telling me and my supervisor like, here are our deadlines that are like super aggressive. And she was even like, I know these are really aggressive, but you know, we got all this stuff, all these changes and things that need to happen by the end of the year and blah blah blah. And I'm just sitting there like trying not to roll my eyes, because I'm like, bro, like what? Like I get it, but at the same time, like I don't get paid enough for this, and also like I don't get paid to do this, but also I have, you know, I have work I have to do. Like I get this contracting group on and have them do it. Like I don't know what I don't know what she's thinking. But anyway, and the other thing is like she's also trying to cut down the contract, cut down their responsibilities and duties to cut down on their price, which is saying, you know, Rigo gets more work. And it's like, they like, yeah, whatever, they better pay me more. They need to start paying me more. Anyway, I'm talking to my manager on Monday about that, but anyway, in all that setup is for this part where we're doing our meeting. I put in my times for, you know, what I have planned for the week, and you know, out of my schedule or allotted 32 hours, I'm over 3 hours. I'm at 35. And she's like, well, where are you gonna fit in, you know, the SharePoint stuff? And I'm like, in my head, I'm like it was just silent. I didn't say anything, and in my head I'm just like, what do you like, that's not needed until Thanksgiving, and all these other things need to happen right now. We have two 2012 servers that need to be migrated, which are going to take hours each. And then, you know, like just like the contractor already explained what work I'm going to be doing this week, and you know, kind of all that. So like, what do you want? Like I just like sat there silent for a minute, and I was just like, nobody said anything, and I was just like, because I was like, I wasn't waiting for someone to defend me or something, but I was just kind of like, you know, we were all silent because we're all like, he's you know, 3 hours over for stuff that has to happen, because all of you guys have been, you know, lazy. Like that's the thing, is 2012 servers. We already did one, and we have to do 2 more, and we retired one because, like, I'm pretty sure, like, this contractor is just getting lazier and lazier by the day because he's quitting. And so, like, we retired one because he was like, yeah, we actually don't really need this one. So, if you want to retire it, you can go ahead and retire it. And he keeps doing this thing of saying, it's on you, it's your network now, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, I don't get paid. Like, quit saying that, because it's not mine. I don't want it. I don't want it unless I get paid more. But anyway, he was like, you know, you can retire it. What do you want? What do you want to do with it? And I was like, let's retire it. Because I'm like, I'm not going to do the work. Like, I retire it. Like, I'm not being lazy. I'm not doing work that I'm not gonna get paid for, right? And so I'm like, retire it, because I'm not gonna migrate this server for $27. I'm not gonna do overtime on this server for $27. But anyway, my schedule is all planned out, and she's like, well, where are you gonna fit in the SharePoint work? And I was like, just silent for like at least 10 seconds, and then I was like, I don't know what to like bump for that. And then the contractor was like, yeah, all this stuff kind of has to happen this week. There's nothing, he can really do. And I was like, I mean, I can put it on there and like get to as much of it as I can, but like, I don't really know what you want me to say. And she's like, she just started like stuttering and mumbling, because she does that a lot, like stuttering and mumbling and not making sense when she's trying to explain stuff. I don't know, my mom talks about it all the time, and I never really noticed it until my mom pointed it out, because my mom's like, yeah, she'll come into my office, and because my mom's legal, she's the general counsel, so this contract stuff is all going through my mom. And every time my manager has something, she goes to my mom, and my mom is like, okay, well, what about this, or like, what do you want me to do, or blah 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 blah, what are these changes and this and that. And my manager is just like stumbling, like, because she doesn't know what she's talking about, doesn't know how to explain it, doesn't know. She's kind of like puts it on you and hopes you will give her the answer or solve it for her. And then when you're like, well, I don't really know what you want, she doesn't know what she wants either. And so she just like starts not that she's not making sense, but she's not saying anything meaningful. Like, nothing she's saying matters. Like, it's all just like, stuttering, or just like filler words constantly until you start filling in the words for her. But anyway, yeah, and like eventually she just kind of like didn't make sense enough that like, and like nobody helped her out, because nobody wanted to help her out, because nobody what are we supposed to say? Like, okay, throw it on my schedule, and I'll squeeze it in somehow. But anyway, she was like, and like as I was kind of like talking, she went up to my 32 hours and changed it to 40, because she was like, well, you're supposed to be, you work 40 hours, so let's adjust this. And I was just like, everyone else still gets to keep their times like they are. Why do I get bumped up to 40? Like, why do I have to change? And then before she could add in like, oh, SharePoint stuff or whatever, the contractor was like, oh, also we have our colo needs to be upgraded and blah blah blah. And so that's something we should do this week, because that's also like, we need to migrate that server. Actually, we have 3 servers we need to migrate. We have to migrate that server to 2022, and then also replace the hardware out there. And like, he started explaining it and said it would take like 5 or 6 hours or something, which added 6 hours to my time, which put me over the 40 hours that I now had. So I was at 41 out of 40, and it was just like, I thought it was funny, because like, I don't know, but yeah, she was still kind of like, where are you supposed to fit in this, where are you supposed to fit in that, blah blah blah. And it's like, what do you want from me, lady? I'm doing my job. I'm doing, way more than I was really mad. I was like so frustrated, because it's like, I'm doing way more than I'm supposed to be. Like, I get paid to do help desk, but I'm doing, all this like server management, all this, level 2 and level, I guess not really like level 3 stuff, but I'm a part of a lot of the level 3 stuff, where I'm, watching, like, they're making me the contractor, my manager, my supervisor, they're all like, sitting on all these meetings and, watch all these, techs and engineers do their job, so you can learn how to do that. And it's like, I don't want to. I'm not getting paid to. Like, I do it because I want the knowledge and information, but I haven't had to do it. It's just me sitting there watching. And I don't know if I talked about this last stream or the stream before, but there was a night, I think it was Monday night, maybe it was last week sometime, but we were doing a server migration. I think it was last week, and we ran into like a small issue, and we talked to this engineer, and he fixed the issue we were having. He's like specializes in virtual machines, what they call it, hypervisors. But like we told him like, hey, this thing's not working, what do we do? And he we were looking at the server, remoted in, and then he went in to do the work, and we just sat there and watched him for like half an hour or more, and just like that's the kind of stuff they want me to learn. And I'm like, okay, I'll watch, I guess, and like kind of absorb as much as I can, but like these guys work fast, and I'm not gonna slow them down, and ask like a million questions like, okay, what are you doing here, why? And have them teach me so that I can do it like I would like to do it if I got paid appropriately, and that's my point. That's my that's my problem. But anyway, yeah, whatever. My manager, like, I'm already, I was already overbooked for my original time. Then she bumped it up, and then that time got immediately filled. And just kind of like, what don't you get about like I'm doing way more than I should be for way less than I should be getting paid, and you're trying to make me do more. Like I don't understand why you don't understand how I really want to cuss right now, how messed up this IT department is. Like, you have one guy and you're trying to make him, you hired him on for help desk duty, and you're paying him for help desk support, but you're trying to make him, you're overworking him and trying to make him do stuff way beyond his, responsibilities, and not compensating him appropriately. And it's just like, I like that. That's what I'm gonna talk to her about on Monday, because like I was saying, I got really mad because she like bumped up my time to 40 hours, and then on top of that, she cut down the time that I put in there that I worked last week. Like she cut down, it wasn't estimates, it was like actual literal, like, these were my hours that I worked for, on tickets. And like I had like, it was like 8.5 hours, then like 9.5 hours, and then like 3.5 hours or something. And she went and like cut off the 0.5s. Like she cut off the 8.5 and turned it to 8.0, and then cut off the 9.5. She turned the 9.5 into 8.0, and then turned the 3.5 into 2.0. And I was like, she's literally just like taking my time away to make it look like less, like make my number look less bad or whatever, or less overbooked or whatever. So she cut off like 3 hours or something, and so I was like just under 40 or something, and then I was like, or maybe I was over, like maybe I was at like 43 or 45 or something like that, because I was still over when she cut down my time, or that was before the 40, before she changed it to 40, when I was still at 32, like total, like what I'm supposed to be, hitting my target or whatever. And she like cut those numbers down to bring me down closer to 32, and then bumped me up to 40, because she was like, you know what, I want to squeeze something in here, and I can't justify it unless I raise this number, which is like real messed up. But anyway, she couldn't get her thing in, and I was like, good, because I don't care about, whatever this plan is, and I don't think it'll take more than a week or two to get figured out and do. Basically, she just wants to migrate all of our files from file servers to SharePoint. But like the thing is, she doesn't have, like, that's not my job. It's 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 not my job. And she has all these plans and ideas for it, and wants it done in a very specific way, that like involves me but doesn't. And like, I don't know, it's really and that's what I was saying, like when I said I really want to cuss, because it's like, I really want to say this IT department is effed up. It's a mess. It's completely, busted. It doesn't exist, and it doesn't work, and they're trying to, like, I don't know. Like, the other thing is, like I was saying it, I've said it before, I have like 4 bosses. and none of them are working together or talking, and they all tell me to do different things, and they all say things that contradict each other, and then they want to be involved, but they don't want to talk to the other person. They want me to, you know, like, I don't know. It's really stupid, and I'm getting closer and closer to quitting every day because that's what I'm saying. On Monday, I'm gonna go in and be like, all right, like, I'm doing Dan's job, and you guys aren't paying me, you know, to do Dan's job. So either we cut back on what I'm supposed to be doing, or you pay me more, or I'm leaving. And that's where it's at. And so Monday, I'm gonna talk to my manager about that because I'm tired of it. I'm like yesterday was, I think I said it at the beginning, but yesterday was kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back, because I did a 15-hour shift yesterday doing this contractor's work, and then, you know, I'm getting paid my overtime and stuff, but it's not worth $27 an hour. It's worth way more than that, and I am getting ripped off. I'm getting taken advantage of, and I'm not gonna play that. It's like I was saying, it was the straw that broke the camel's back, because like I've been fine with it up to this point, because it's been like, you know, a couple hours here, a couple hours there, you know, just a little bit more work, you know, maybe 1 or 2 days of overtime going like an hour or two more, but nothing too crazy. But last night, 7 extra hours. And the contractor, like, I literally was like, hey dude, like, we're getting close to 12 hours, so I'm about to start getting double overtime. And my supervisor, you know, was like, hey, if it's not something super urgent or something you don't have to do right away, like, you know, try not to go over 12 hours, and make sure you take lunch breaks and stuff like that. Because last weekend when I did server maintenance, or not last weekend, 2 weekends ago, whenever I did server maintenance, she was like, hey, after it was over, she's like, hey, I know, you know, you got it knocked out quickly, but like, make sure you take lunch breaks and stuff, you know, like meal breaks, because if you work too long, too straight, like, you know, without a break, HR is gonna get on you and be like, hey dude, like, you know, labor laws. And so I was like, oh, okay. And so, like, whatever, I told the contractor, I was like, hey man, it's been like, you know, 6 hours since I last ate, and you know, we're getting close to 12 hours, or I think we were already over 12. Well, I told him, hey, we're getting close to 12 hours, so like, you know, just giving you a heads up, I'm gonna start getting double overtime, and, you know, you're gonna have to explain that to my supervisor or HR or whoever, you know, whoever questions it. But then also I was like, after 8 o'clock, I was like, hey, you know, I took lunch at like 1:30, or I got back from lunch at like 1:30, so it's been like 6.5 hours since I last ate, and I'm pretty hungry, and I have food waiting for me at home, so like, can we put this on hold so I can go home and eat, and then, you know, I'll take a laptop home and the help desk cell phone, and I'll call you once I'm done. And he's like, yeah, I'm getting kind of hungry too anyway, and just like kept going and like making me do more. And I was just like, okay. And then he finally let me go at like 9:15, and was like, yeah, you know, I'm pretty hungry now, so go home, get some food, and give me a call when you're done so that we can get back to work on this. And I was like, okay. And so I went home. I was like, I'll call you in like an hour and a half, because I live 50 minutes away, right? Almost an hour away. But it wouldn't take an hour because, you know, it was late at night. There's no traffic, or less traffic. And so I was like, you know, it's going to take me a while to get home, and then, you know, take a half an hour to eat or so. And then I'll call you. And he's like, all right. And so then I went home, ate dinner, and then called him and was like, so how's it going? He's like, it's done. And I was like, oh, you figured it out? Because basically we're migrating this server, a 2012 server, to 2022 file server. And so he took a bunch of like screenshots and stuff to, you know, make sure he gets the permissions right, because we have to reset the permissions once it moves, once we migrate and stuff like that. And so that's what made it go so long, is like the permissions got all jacked up. Like they didn't take when we moved it, which is kind of what we were expecting. But then he had me set them, like he kind of walked me through it and was like, you know, he had all these screenshots. He's like, yeah, follow these screenshots, and was like kind of just, you know, as I was going through it, he'd be like, nope, nope, do this one and do it this way. Excuse me. Or click on that or do that, like, and I would ask questions, you know, like, okay, wait, so do I click this and do this? And you know, he'd be like yes or no or whatever, because he's, you know, training me, teaching me how to do this job that I'm not supposed to be doing, or job that I'm not getting paid to do. But anyway, yeah, he's like, I like how said it was like, I'm not following you anymore. I'm just gonna stand here. But he what was I saying? Oh yeah, whatever. Like, basically, I was just following his instructions, and doing everything he said, not doing anything he didn't say. And then, you know, things didn't work right, and he was like, you know, he was like panicking because permissions got messed up, and he's like, this is bad, and he's just like, you know, like cussing and whatever because like he messed up. I did the clicking, but I didn't click on anything or do anything he didn't tell me to, right? And so it's his fault, and it's not my job, so like it's his responsibility basically. But anyway, yeah, he's just like, you know, like, okay, well, you know, it didn't work, so let's move it back, and you know, we'll take another crack at it, you know, next week or whatever. So we moved it back, and I was like, it's, I can still see, you know, these folders that I'm not supposed to be able to see. And he's like, what? And like, the permissions got broken on the way back. So like, it was this whole thing where he you know, he's like panicking and just like, you know, cussing like, oh no, you know, this is bad, and whatever. And you know, like going through trying to like mess with different settings. I mean, we moved it back because it was like, okay, well, since it's broken on the old one, let's put it back on the new one and just go from there. And like, yeah, you know, and it was funny because he was trying to blame me, but he knew, and I wasn't letting him, like I wasn't taking the fall, because he's like, oh, you clicked on this, and I was like, no, I didn't. And he's like, are you sure? I'm like, yeah, you mentioned this, you mentioned that, but I didn't actually do that because you didn't want me to do that. Like because he brought it up, and he's like, oh, you clicked on the wrong one, you did this one instead of that one. I was like, nope, because I remember specifically asking, like, is it this one or that one? And you were like, that one. And I was like, oh, okay. And like, because I was going to do that one that he thought or was trying to say I did. And he's like, oh, are you sure? And I was like, yes, I'm pretty sure, because I remember specifically asking, like, did you mean this data or this data? And then he went and checked, you know, what I said basically, and was like, oh, yep, nope, you're right. And I was like, I'm not stupid. Like I'm learning here, but I'm not stupid. Like I don't know, I've never done this before, but that doesn't mean I'm, you know, a moron who doesn't know what I'm, like, you know what I'm doing. Anyway, then what else? Oh yeah, whatever. Like I got home, you know, like we spent, you know, hours trying to fix that. He was like looking stuff up, you know, trying different things, nothing was working. Yeah, then I, you know, went home, ate dinner, called him back, and he's like, it's done, it's working. And I was like, oh really? And then like I opened up, like I was opening up the laptop as I dialed, like I had the phone ring or whatever to like get logged in and get ready. But like, yeah, he's like, yeah, look, take a look. And I was like, yeah, hold on, let me you know, whatever. And like got my laptop ready, set up, and remoted in, and like looked at all the stuff he was talking about. He's like, yeah, look, it's working. And I was like, oh sick. And I was like, all right, cool, we're good then. And he's like, yep. And I was like, okay, so what kind of like issues can I expect tomorrow? Or like what do I do if there's something wrong? Like what like, you know. And he's like, there shouldn't be anything wrong, you know, look, everything's working fine, it's all perfect. And I was like, I guess you're right. So like I'll just, you know, maybe if there is something wrong, you know, I'll give you a call or send you an email or something. And you know, it probably won't be that big of a deal because it's Friday and no one's really going to be working that much, you know. So like I won't be like swamped with all these people having issues or whatever. But you know, I was convinced. I was like, okay, it's good to go. And then I went into work today, and like first thing in the morning, this girl calls and is like, hey, you know, I can't get to my folder anymore. And I was just like, can you open up TeamViewer so I can see? And she's like, yeah, hold on. And like, you know, I remoted in, and then it was just like, it was the drive that we migrated, and I was like, it's not okay. It didn't work. And then I started to think about it, and I was like, I think he set up like a bunch of examples. What's up, Bobby? I think he set up a bunch of examples and like set the permissions on them, on those folders, to trick me, basically, to be like, oh yeah, see, you can't see Steve's folder anymore. Oh, see, you can't see the test folder anymore. See, you can't see VM folder anymore. So the permissions are working right now. And I was like, oh, all right, cool, yeah, it's fixed. And then because then this morning, you know, that girl calls, and I'm like, wait, but it should be fixed. And then I went and looked at her folder, and I was like, no, it's not fixed, because you're missing from your own folder. So the permissions didn't, like, he lied. Like, he tricked me. And I also like was like, you know, whatever you say, dude, I'm ready to be done for the night. This is, you know, it's been 15 hours. I'm ready to call it. But yeah, so like I added her to her own folder with, you know, the appropriate permissions, and locked down her folder. And then like 10 minutes later, I got a ticket in that was like, can't see my folder. It's funny because when people put in tickets, they always put like, they're always confused, and they put like a million question marks, and it's kind of cute because it's like, I don't know, they're like kind of semi panicking in their ticket, and it's like, I don't know, it's funny. But and then I called them, and they're like, yeah, so I don't know what's going on, you know, I had a folder and now it's missing, you know. Well, and so yeah, this girl, it's funny because their names rhyme. The first girl, I don't want to say her name, but it's like, you know, Jessie, and then the second girl, her name is Nessie. Those aren't their names, but like they rhyme like that. But anyway, the first girl called, and she's like, yeah, I don't know if it got moved or something. I didn't do anything. I don't think I did anything. And I was like, no, I can see right here, you just don't have the permissions to your own folder, because we did some work on this server last night and permissions got messed up, and so I'm gonna have to do this a lot today, so don't worry about it. And so I fixed it. I fixed hers, and she's like, okay, yeah, I'll let everyone else know in the accounting department, you know, so that they can take a look and make sure their stuff looks good, and like let you know. And I was like, all right, yeah, that's do that, please, because I need to get this fixed. But anyway, the second girl put in a ticket, and then I called her, and she's like, yeah, did it get deleted? I don't think I deleted it, or blah blah blah. I was like, no, don't worry about it. Like, we did some work, and you know, permissions got messed up, and I just have to reset, like put you back in, you know, the permissions for your own folder. And so yeah, I had to deal with that all day, and I was just like I was mad all day, and yesterday, like, you know, last night I was like starting to get really, like, on my drive home I was like just mad, because I was like, why am I still doing this guy's job? Like, he messed it up, and now I have to work even longer because of it. And then once it was done, I was like, all right, cool, you know, we're good to go. And then today I got mad again because like he messed it up, and now I have to clean it up because he doesn't work Friday. So like I sent him an email and was like, hey, the permissions didn't get fixed. You know, I've already had 4 calls today that are, you know, asking to get access to, you know, their folders that they usually have, and he never responded. And I was like, yep, I know he saw it because he checks his email, because I've talked to him. You know, he doesn't work Wednesday, or he doesn't work Wednesdays or Fridays, so he works Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. But you know, on Thursday he'll be like, yeah, I saw the email yesterday, or you know, blah blah blah, you know. Or sometimes he'll respond to these emails on his off days or whatever. But like, I'm like, I know he saw it, and I know he's like, dang it, I didn't trick him, you know. Or he is, you know, I think well, I know he knows it didn't work. He lied to me. And so I think he was either hoping no one would notice, or he was banking on the fact that there's going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday between the days before he has to talk to me again, and maybe I'll forget about it, or, you know, not be as mad. Because like He lied, and yeah, I don't know. But like I would rather, because I even like said this, like I was like, so what do we do when it first happened? I was like, do we have to go through each folder individually and reset the people to their folders? He's like, no, we should be able to do it like a certain way or blah blah blah. So I was like, all right, whatever, and I just kind of like left it to him to try and figure out and try a million things, and nothing ever worked. And I was like, you know, I think I'm pretty sure I said at one point, like, at least if I didn't say it, I was thinking it. I was like, I don't mind, you know, just, you know, going with this and then answering the call like I did today of just like, you know, yeah, I'll set each person as they come to me like, hey, I can't get to my folder, and be like, oh yeah, sorry, let me set it for you. You know, I was like, I don't mind doing that. It's not too hard to do. And but then because he lied to me, it made me mad that I had to do that, because like it takes like 5 minutes per person at like, and it depends on how big their folder is, because all it is you set the permissions of their folder to be like, to give them exclusive, you know, control over their, like they get full control over their folder, but only them. Like nobody else can see it, nobody else can read or write to it or anything unless they get permission from the person who owns the folder. And so yeah, like it's like the only, you just like go into the properties, you know, sharing or security settings, and just set like, you know, this goes to Rigo, and then, you know, click some boxes and click OK, click apply and OK. And then you just have to wait for like a little window that pops up that like applies all the permissions to the folders and items underneath it. But anyway, it's not a lot of work. It's really quick. And you know, it doesn't, it's just a minor inconvenience and maybe a little bit of panic to the person who runs into, like, who logs into their computer, clicks their folder, and a thing pops up saying the file does not exist, or that folder does not exist anymore. It may have been deleted or moved, because I think the first thing that comes up is deleted. Instead of saying like it may have been moved or deleted, I think it says it may have been deleted or moved, which causes people to panic. But like, then they call me or put in a ticket and I see it, or send an email, and then I call them and say like, hey, sorry, I'll get you set up. It'll take like 2 minutes. But anyway, because he lied, I was like, I worked 15 hours yesterday doing his job for way less than he gets paid, and now I have to do more work today because he's not working today and because he messed it up. So like, I'm just getting more work because of him, and it was like, yeah, I was so mad. But like, I also didn't care. Like, I was mad for the first few, and then I was just like, it's not hard, so it's not a big deal. Like, once I kind of like settled down and realized like, I'm just gonna, if someone gets mad at me, I'm gonna blame him because it's his fault. And say like, I'll fix it, but it wasn't me, you know. But anyway, yeah, whatever. These past couple days, I've been at my limit. I'm like that hamster on the couch. I don't know if you've ever seen the meme. It's like a hamster sitting on a couch. Here, hold on. I'll find it. I'll pull it up. I like this picture a lot. But it's like, he's like, I'm seriously I'm at my limit or something. If I can find it, because I have too many pictures saved. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I'll keep talking as I'm scrolling through my 4,582 image or item reaction folder. God dang, it's like, let me see how old the oldest one is. This also isn't gonna really work because some of them are renamed, so they're not in the right. Oh, I guess I can sort by like oldest. Sort by dates. Oh, it's gonna take a minute. As soon as I did that, it just like nothing changed and there's just a spinning wheel. Anyway, yeah, like I don't know. I'm gonna talk to my manager on Monday. Well, I think I'm gonna talk to that contractor first and be like, hey, I'm gonna talk to my manager about this, because I already talked to him, but I'm gonna tell him like, hey, I'm gonna talk to her, and I'm gonna tell her and kind of present the idea, because I want to talk to them both at the same time, so we can, so he can say, this is what you're hired to do, and this is what is my job that we're making you do, and kind of like separate those, not like take it away from me, but say like, this is what I'm paid to do and this is what I'm doing that I'm not being paid to do, so do you want me to keep doing this and pay me more, or do you want me to stick with this and keep paying me what you're paying me? And I want him to be there to help me kind of like explain, or have him explain like what I should and shouldn't be doing at my current pay, because I'm sick of it. I'm sick of getting ripped off. Because like at first I was like, I was motivated and I was like, yeah, cool. Everyone's, like they're kind of like, well, yeah, it's like I was saying, this IT department is a mess. It's done. Hold on. The oldest picture is from 2019. That's not that old. I know. Oh, okay. It's not that old because I have a lot more on my laptop that I never moved to my desktop. Oh, I guess I never found that hamster picture. Whatever, let me just look it up. Hamster at my limit. I can't take it anymore seriously, I'm at my limit. Oh. Wait, they don't have like the... Oh, here we go. Know your meme. I hate the website. No! Okay, I thought it broke my browser. The website always breaks my browser. Let me pull this up now. Anyway, this hamster is me. It was me last night and me today. And me on Wednesday, dude, or no, Thursday, because after that meeting, like I was talking about how that meeting, I was mad after the meeting because my manager was like, I'm going to take your work away, basically. Like, I'm going to say you worked less than you actually did. Because I literally went into the help desk, like our service desk system, and pulled all my tickets and sorted them and like added up the time and did the math and all that. And inputted that into our spreadsheet. Like, these are the literal numbers I worked this week, and she went and like cut off like 4 hours. Like, no you didn't. And it's like, lady, the numbers are right there. And it was just like, I got mad at that, and then she increased my 32 to 40 to be like, no, you're not gonna get the nice kind of what do you call it, wiggle room of 32 hours. I'm gonna put you at the maximum 40 hours. And then I still was overbooked, and it's like, I was just so mad. And then as soon as I like I hung, or not hung up, well yeah, I guess I left. Like we all, it's like a meeting and we're all in teams, and then we leave when it's over. Like I left the call and I was just like mad, and then the IT director called me like 2 minutes later and was like, I hate him so much. He's so stupid and so annoying. Anyway, he calls and he's like, hey, what's going on? And I was like, oh, actually, I wanted to call you, or I needed to talk to you, about the MFA stuff, the multi-factor authentication stuff we've been trying to do, but he's been holding it up because he's like, no, I want to be involved. I want to have a say, before you start doing this, even though we were already done with like 10 people. And it's like, no, dude, we know it works. We've got to figure it out. We don't care about your input. We don't need your input. You don't know what you're talking about. You're stupid. You don't know. Like, I hate this guy so much. I hate him so much. Anyway, and I hate him, and I love talking to him because I like making him mad, and like, not letting him, like he calls me and tries to be like aggro, like boss, like, like bossy and aggressive and like, hey dude, so I heard you haven't been doing this or that and blah 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 blah. And it's like, yes I have. What are you talking about? And then he's like, well, I haven't seen anything or I haven't heard anything. I'm like, I mean, weren't you in the meetings? You know, I sent you, you know, an email. You know, haven't you been seeing this? And he'll be like, hold on, let me look. And then be like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. And just like, I like kind of like shutting him down from trying to bully me. it's because then it makes him, I like making him feel stupid. Because that's the other thing is like he'll call me and ask me for help with things, and I'm just like, it's hard to troubleshoot this issue. I've talked about it before, but there was like a thing with the COO's TV, and I like went and, well, I didn't go, but the IT director was calling me to, and I told my mom about this, and I told the contractor about this, and they both said the same thing. They're like, he took credit for that, and I was like, yeah, I bet he did. But anyway, he asked me how to fix the COO's TV, and I was like, well, if you just let me, you know, talk to him, or let me, if you can get me, like, I'll call him or send him an email and see if I can schedule a time to, like, you know, get in there. He's like, no, you don't want to, like, we don't want to bother him, blah 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 blah. Just, you know, I have a meeting with him, so you can tell me, and then I'll tell him in that meeting, and, you know, whatever. And I was like, dude, I don't know what the problem is, so I can't troubleshoot it, but, you know, this is what I would do. Based on the information you're giving me, this is what I think. But on top, like, before that phone call, he also, like, was like, hey, I need you to look up some stuff about this, you know, casting Miracast versus Chromecast. I guess I'm just going to tell the story again. But he's like, a condensed version. He's like, you know, it's already been an hour. I haven't even played the game. I've been wanting to play this game. I've been looking forward to this game for, like, the last 5 days. I've already lost an hour. But oh well. Maybe I'll do what I did last time. Not last time, but a few streams ago, where I just sat here and vented for a few hours and then closed the game and played Pokemon trading card game instead, because I was like, now I can't use this. I can't upload this to, you know, my stream archives, because it's just going to be 3 hours of me complaining and running in circles, which I like doing. And like, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, whatever. This guy, you know, is telling me, he's giving me work, and then I don't do it because I like making, like I was saying, if he tells me to do something, I like making him, like, he wants to micromanage me, so I make him micromanage me, if that makes sense. Where, like, he'll tell me what to do, and I'm like, okay, sure, and then I don't do it, or I do it but don't update him, because I want to force him to call me and ask me, like, hey, you know, how's that going? And I can be like, I already took care of it, dude. You know, like, what are you talking about? Almost like gaslighting him, because I hate him so much. Anyway, yeah, whatever. He had me do this research about casting, but wouldn't tell me why. Or I think I had to, like, force it out of him, because I was like, what is this for? Like, what do you want me to find out? Like, I don't, like, I can look that stuff up, but I don't know, like, I know how casting works. I just, like, I guess I don't know the intricate details, but, like, what do I need to know this for? And then he's like, oh, well, you know, I just, you know, like, we do a lot of casting in the office, and I kind of want to know which options are best. You know, I want to know the pros and cons of them, and blah 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 blah. And I'm just like, okay, but, like, for what? Like, they're all mirror casted. Like, why would we Chromecast when we can just mirror cast and whatever? And he's like, well, you know, the COO has got this problem and blah blah. And, like, finally came out with it, and I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, you know, well, I'll look into it, and I'll let you know later. And then I didn't let him know later. And then, yeah, then he called me, and I was like, oh, yeah, you know. Well, no, he called me, and I was like, well, I've been, you know, busy doing actual work. I haven't had time to, you know, research that. So, like, I can't help you. Because he's like, I'm about to go into a meeting with him, and I need that information. And I was like, well, I don't have it. And I was like, I can get it for you right now. Like, what time is the meeting at? And then he was like, you know, he was like, well, there's no set meeting. It's just I was going to call him, and I figured I would tell him at the time, you know, when I call him. And I was like, okay, like, well, if there's no meeting, I got stuff to do, dude. And he was like, he's like, well, just find that stuff out by the end of the day and, you know, let me know. And then I called him at like 3 and was like, hey, I got that information for you. Like, I didn't want to go till like 4 because I didn't want to, like, you know, procrastinate too hard. But I was like, I want to take as much time as I can to make it harder for him. Anyway, then I called him at 3 and was like, you know, here you go. And then he's like, okay, like, I gave him all this information. I was like, you know, this is what Chromecasting is. This is what mirror casting is. This is how I don't remember what the Apple casting is, but I was like, this is how Apple, iOS devices cast. And there you go. And then he was kind of like, okay, so how does that help solve the COO's problem? And I was like, I don't know, dude, because I don't know what the problem is. And so like, and like I'm not like, I didn't say these words exactly, but I said very similar things with the same attitude. So it's not like I'm like a lot of times I like paraphrase and kind of like say things like I'll say like, oh yeah, and then my mom was like, all right, dude, but my mom doesn't talk like that, right? But the I don't know, I'm like translating it to my own language. I don't know, but anyway, a lot of what I'm saying is like literally what I was saying to this dude, or very close to it, maybe in slightly different words with the same attitude. But anyway, I was just like, like, I don't know, dude. Like, I can't troubleshoot if I don't know what's actually wrong with it. And like, I kind of knew he didn't want me to do it, and that he wanted to do it. But like, my thought, my impression or my thought was, it's because he, it's the COO, and he doesn't want me. I'm not important enough to talk to the COO or something, even though I have like a few times already. But I was just like, I don't know, maybe he's trying to like keep me feeling like a peon or whatever, which I don't care. Like, I'm letting this guy roleplay, and I'm like, that's kind of it. Because everyone is like, yeah, like he's so unserious. Like, nobody listens to him. Nobody, takes him seriously. Nobody, respects him. But we like let him think we do, if that makes sense, because he's part of the family, and he basically, we let him pretend so that he gets us what we want, if that makes sense. Like, I do these things for him, and I get him what he needs and what he wants, so that he gets me more fancy laptops and monitors and everything I need. Because if I don't, then he won't, right? But anyway, whatever. I got him all this. I was trying to troubleshoot someone else's problem through him, even though, like I was saying, he's a moron. He's stupid. He doesn't know what's wrong. He doesn't know how to explain it, and he's not understanding what I'm telling him, and he's doubting what I'm telling him. Which, that's the other frustrating thing, is he's an idiot, but when I tell him what to do or how to fix the thing, he doubts it, and he's like, why would that work? I don't, or he's like, okay, I'm not understanding. Explain it. Like, slow down. Tell me one more time. He's really like, he can't comprehend. And it's funny because I don't even explain it too complicated, but I like to like I was saying, I just like to mess with this guy. Like, he asks, like, I'll explain something. Like, I was like, okay, here's what you do. Tell Steve, take your TV off the Wi-Fi and then cast from your PC. Press Windows K or Windows P and cast to the TV. And then he's like, well, why would that work? And I'm like, well, because it's Wi-Fi direct, and so if the TV's on the Wi-Fi, it can't. That channel is now taken up, like, it's being used, so you can't cast to it. And like, it has to go Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi, not one thing is on. Like, I'm just like, the PC has two adapters, like two virtual adapters, so it can connect to the Wi-Fi and cast at the same time. But the TV probably only has one adapter, so it can't do. It can only do one at a time. And then he's just like, okay. I explain it one more time, and I'm like, and I just said it exactly the same way. And he's like, okay, I'm not getting it. Hold on. Why does that why does that work? Or how come you can't just go through the Wi-Fi? And I'm just like, well, because if you want to go through the Wi-Fi, you have to Chromecast, because mirror casting is Wi-Fi direct. It's Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi. It's not, going through the network. Blah, 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 blah. And he's like, okay, hold on. So why can't we, just connect to the Wi-Fi then? And I'm like, because the adapter is being used up on the TV. Like, whatever. I'm just like explaining it over and over again, but not making it easier to understand, because I don't want him to understand. But then I started getting frustrated, because I was like, I started to make it easier, or like try to explain it, or like simplify it, or just not even like really explain it, just be like, just do this, but it feels like he wants to understand, but he's too stupid and he can't. And so anyway, I was like, I kind of was just like, all right, just, I think either he said it or I said it, but one of us was just like, what do we gotta do? And I was like, just tell Steve, say, take your TV off the Wi-Fi and then press Windows P and see if your TV shows up on that list. If it doesn't, press Windows K and see if it shows up on the list, and then just click on it and it'll work. And he's like, okay, got it. And then, like, you know, that was the end of the call. And then the next day he called me about something else and was like, oh, by the way, that thing with the COO's TV, it worked perfectly, blah 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 blah. And you know, I told him what to do and it worked, and he, you know, yeah, good job. And I was like, if I would have been able to just like walk in there and see what was wrong instead of going like doing all this research, like he wasted my time because like he had me do all that. Like I guess I learned a little bit about mirror casting and Chromecasting and whatever AirPlay, I guess, is what Apple's is, like, just like, sure, but I didn't need to know that. I didn't actually gain anything from learning what those. I mean, I guess I gained a little bit from knowing that Chromecasting has to use like a Google app or device, like a Chrome or Google, yeah, like has to be something related to Google, and it goes through the network. But yeah, whatever. Anyway, I'm getting so off track. After the meeting yesterday, he called me and was like, what's up? And I was like, but he had like this kind of tone that he was, you know, like he was trying to do the, you know, I'm the boss, I'm angry, and I'm going to, you know, harass you. Because like he's done this before, and I've talked about it before. Like he calls me and is just like trying to, you know, be a hard ass and like, you know, be like, hey dude, what's going on? How come you're not, you know, meeting expectations, or, you know, blah blah blah, getting stuff done on time or whatever? And I'm like, I am. What are you talking about? I literally am. And it's because he's stupid and not, you know, not aware, because nobody's telling him anything, because like nobody likes him, nobody wants to talk to him, and he's stupid and doesn't do anything anyway. So it's just like nobody's gonna waste the time. And I like I said, I like doing it because I like making him have to go out of his way to come to me, so that I can also then just like start trolling him. Anyway, yeah, he called me and he's like, what's up? And I was like, I don't know, but I've been meaning to talk to you about that MFA stuff, because, you know, like I started to like, because I was gonna be like, I sent you that email and I wanted to see what you thought. You said you were gonna give me feedback, but like before I could finish, he's like, yeah, you know, what's up with that MFA stuff? And was like trying to like sound mad, and I mean, I'm sure he was actually mad, but he's also like I was saying, he's trying too hard. He really like, he's role playing. Like he doesn't know what it means to be an actual boss or manager or, you know, director or whatever. He's literally just trying to copy. I don't know. I've never watched that. Oh, what's the show called? It's a show about business guys in like, I don't know, the 50s or something. I don't know. Is it the cigarettes? What's the one? I don't know. It's the Mad Men. He's like role playing like he's. Is it Don Draper from Mad Men? I couldn't remember the guy's name. I knew it was like, I think I was thinking, I wanted to say like Tom or something. Yeah, Don Draper. John Hamm is the actor. Anyway, it's like he's trying to role play that guy. I've never seen the show, so I don't know if he's actually anything like that. But anyway, this guy sucks. And so yeah, he's like, yeah, what is up with that MFA stuff, huh? You never got me what you're supposed to get me. And I was like, yes, I did. And he's like, no, you didn't. You called me and said you would, but I never got anything. And I was like, okay, hold on. And then like, cause I was like, I know I did, but like, maybe the email didn't send or something, or maybe I forgot to like attach the file to it or something, and he just never said anything. So I went to my Outlook inbox, not my inbox, my sent mail, and it was right there. And it was, I was like, yeah, it's sent at 10, or I was like, yeah, it sent yesterday morning. He's like, I didn't get anything. And I was like, well, I sent it. And he's like, when did you send it? And I was like, 10:04 a.m. Wednesday morning. And he's like, oh yeah, there it is. And then like his tone completely changed, and he's like, all right, well, hold on. Let me read it real quick then. And I was just like, because this MFA stuff has been held up because of him. Because he's like, I don't want you doing anything any more of it until I see, you know, what you're doing and I understand the process and, you know, can give my input on it. And so it's been more than a week that I've done. Well, actually, I sent I sent the documentation to my mom because I was like, I want to get like someone done. I did a couple people this week, my mom and one other person, and then the IT director, if he actually ever did it. I don't know if he actually ever. I didn't check to see if he did it, but I turned it on for him, so forced him to today. If he didn't do it yesterday or today, but what was it? Oh yeah, whatever. Like he's been holding it up, and then I finally reach him and get to send him the stuff, and then he doesn't do it because he I don't know. He's stupid. Because he's role playing. I don't know. He doesn't actually care. He just wants to, call people and boss them around. And so then, because I think I talked about this before, but the maintenance guys that at our company, they're really cool. I like them both. They're actually so cool. Like they're I don't know. They're really fun guys. And their desk is right outside my office. So we're always talking because I'll just I'll be bored or they'll be bored and just we'll just start talking. I think I told a story about how one of them met Mike Tyson and that story is really funny because basically Mike Tyson threatens to beat him up. Anyway, there was one day where I had been working with the maintenance guys for a week on moving this lady's desk and getting cables run and stuff like that. And everything was fine. We just ran into a couple issues, and it was we got them taken care of, but it was just it's just work, and we're working together, and it was fine. I wasn't mad at them or frustrated or anything. It was just we're doing the job. We didn't expect some things, and they happened, and we had to fix them. And the IT director came to me and was talking to me. He's like, so how's the week been? I was like, oh, it's been all right. I was moving some stuff with the maintenance guys, and when they put the desk in, it knocked a cable loose, and it kind of I had to figure out what happened and which cable, which port it was, and do all this extra work, but I got it fixed and figured out. And they're like, okay, hold on, let me call them. And I was like, I was like, for what? Okay. But then he's just started calling them, and he put the maintenance, the main maintenance guy on speaker, and was like, hey, I'm sitting here with Rigo, and he said you guys messed up his cables when you put the desk in. And I was like, that's not what I said. Kind of, but it wasn't a big, I mean, it kind of was a big deal, but I got it taken care of, and I didn't tell him it was that big of a deal. I told him it wasn't that big of a deal, it happened, and it made things a little more complicated, but I got to figure it out. But then he just tried to put on this voice of he's like, yeah, you gotta let us. That's the other thing is I complain about this every time I complain about him, but he says us IT guys or we IT guys. He lumps himself, tries to put himself in there as if he knows anything. But he's like, you gotta let us IT guys know when you're gonna do something like that. That way we can we can do our job and make sure things are connected and working afterwards and blah 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 blah. And just but he was mean to this guy, and I was like, man, and but he kept saying he kept name dropping me and saying I told him this and that and blah blah blah. And I was just and then the maintenance guy was like, yeah, sorry about that, I'll make sure blah 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 blah. And then then they ended the call, and then the director was he's like, yeah, sometimes these maintenance guys, they don't know what they're doing, and blah blah blah, they don't know how they're affecting us and this that. And I was like, no, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was really just we put some cable, I plugged the cables in, and we they pushed the desk in, and they pushed it in a little too far that it pushed up against the cables, and one of them popped out or whatever. But I got it fixed, and it wasn't a big deal. I didn't need that cable anyway. There was 6 ports, and I put a cable in each port because I was expecting something like that to happen. But I messed up because I didn't take note of which port was which. So I had to figure out which port was which without being able to see. And so, it wasn't a big deal. But then, yeah, whatever. Once I was done talking to him there, the maintenance guys, came back because this was during lunch. Because the maintenance guy who answered was like, he's like, yeah, I'm at home right now, but I can come there right now. And the director was like, yeah, yeah, you should just, make sure it doesn't happen again or whatever, basically. And whatever, the maintenance guy came back from lunch, and I was like, hey, the IT director called you. He's like, yeah, I didn't realize, this now. I was like, no, it's not a big deal. He like just didn't know what he was talking about. He just added a bunch of stuff on there that like, and I was like, he had you on speaker in my office, so like I heard the whole conversation. But I told him, I was just saying like, yeah, one of the cables got knocked loose, and it just like kind of made things a little more complicated, but it wasn't a big deal, and blah 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 blah. But then he took it as like, oh, I can call the maintenance guys and flex my authority on them. It's just like, I mean, I didn't say that to the maintenance guy, but I was like, yeah, no, he just, I don't know what I think he just misinterpreted it, and like, whatever. But it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, and I was like trying to make sure the maintenance guy knew I wasn't like, throwing him under the bus. And he knows, because like I was saying, nobody takes him serious. And I was talking to the maintenance guy like after that happened, like some other time, and I was like, yeah, I'll talk to the IT director about that to see if we can, because we were trying to get him an iPad. We just need to get him a tablet, but his Surface was like crappy, and so I wanted to get him a new device. And the IT director said, no more Surfaces, only iPads. And so I was like, I'll talk to him to see if we can get you an iPad. And eventually I worked it to get him an iPad, because there was like a million people getting in the way that were like, no, the maintenance guy does not need an iPad. But I was like, he does. He should have an iPad. But anyway, I was talking to the maintenance guy about that, and I was like, have you heard anything? Has the director told you, anything about, like, has he gotten you an iPad yet? Because he's responsible for it, so he would get him he would give him the iPad. Hold on, my stream looks like it's like, okay, it's fine. I thought I was dropping frames. Anyway, it's almost an hour and a half, and I haven't played the game yet. What was it? Oh yeah, the maintenance guy was like, nope, I haven't heard anything. Have you? And I was like, no, but I'll bring it up, and like, see where that's at, and see like, if we're waiting on an order or what. And he's like, yeah, no, it's not that big of a deal, because your manager doesn't really want me to have one. And I was like, oh really, why? And she's like, well, she doesn't like the iPads. She doesn't like, she liked the Surfaces. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that. And he's like, yeah, the IT director wants, he's trying to make these changes, but she doesn't want them. And he was like, she treats him like a little kid, and it's kind of weird, because he's he's one of the family. And I was like, wait, what do you mean? He's like, well, she just, like, the way she talks to him, she belittles him and stuff like that. And I was like, good. And like, everyone knows, everyone sees it. Nobody takes this guy serious. And I don't know, it was funny, but anyway, we got him his iPad eventually. But anyway, back to yesterday, the MFA stuff. Yeah, like, so the IT director, he finds my email and is like, all right, hold on, I'll read it real quick. And he's like, how long does this take? And I was like a few minutes. It's not that long. If you follow the directions, it takes a few minutes. And if you run into issues, like, usually the issues that people run into are password stuff, like they forgot their password, or they don't know which password is their Active Directory, like their domain, or not domain, what do you call it, corporate password, and which one's their Microsoft password. So when I do it, they're like, they call me because they're like, I don't remember my password, so we got to reset it. And I reset it for them, and it adds like a couple more minutes, but it's not a big deal. And he's like, okay, hold on. And so like, he's like reading through my email, and he's like, all right, yeah, it looks good, but I would suggest you do this. And I was like, that's a good idea. And I'm like, it's not like, I'm not gonna do that. I was saying that just to like, I don't know, I was hoping, and maybe it did work, I was hoping he would be satisfied with that and not look any more into it and be like, all right, cool, I made my mark on it, now I don't have to care about this anymore. Like I tried to let him have his mark, which I didn't do. I'm gonna send this email out without his suggestion anyway. He basically, there was a line in there that like my manager, like I was saying earlier, my manager, I don't really like her that much, but she's nice to me, and she likes me. She's nice to me, and she kind of like cares about my success and my professional career, because she's constantly like, you know, giving me advice and like, you know, like a little bit of mentorship and stuff like that. And it's like, I don't need it, because like the stuff she's saying most of the time, I'm like, I already know that, or I like not that I'm like, who do you think you're talking to, you know. I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but like, I was in the Marines, like I know what it means to be professional. But anyway, there's something she said that I'm like, oh, you know, that's a good idea. And one of the things she said was like, you know, when you send an email, why did that pop up over here? When you send an email, you want like, we're the IT department, we're like service oriented. So when we present things, sometimes people are scared because they see an email from the IT department and think like something's wrong, because that's kind of like the only time you contact the IT department is when something's wrong. So we have to work on positive messaging so that, you know, they read our email and they see like if it's going to be a change or something, they see, you know, the good side of it, rather than think about, you know, how this is going to ruin their life basically. And I was like, oh, you know what? I never thought about that, but that's a good idea. You know, that makes sense. And so when I made this email template for this MFA stuff, I put in like a little line that was like, because basically, so we're turning on single sign-on, which combines their corporate Active Directory account with it syncs their account with their Microsoft 365 account, which combines the passwords, so they only have one password now instead of just two separate passwords. And then we're turning on MFA to add a layer of security so that they don't have to reset their passwords as often. And so like I put in a little line like, you have one less you now have one less password to worry about, with a little thumbs up there. And when my manager saw that and like talked to me about it afterwards, because she like send me the draft, and then, you know, I'll you know, make whatever suggestions and whatever. Her and my supervisor, they were talking to me about it, and my manager was like, that line about the password with the little thumbs up, I loved that. I loved it. It was so good. And I was like, it's not that serious, but cool. And my supervisor was like, yeah, you know, that little thumbs up adds enough to like just, you know, like make it seem less serious or whatever. And like, and the good news being there, like, you know, it's just like a nice little combo. And anyway, then the IT director, like I said, he you know, he had me on the phone as he was reading my email, because he didn't read it before, and so he's like kind of trying to give me feedback in real time as he's going through it. He's like, oh, so this line here about the password, only one password thing, I would suggest you bold it or underline it, because, you know, people aren't going to read it, and, you know, they're just going to look for what sticks out, and if it's bold or underlined, they're going to go straight to that and be like, oh, okay, now I only have one password. And I was like, yeah, that's a good idea. I'm not going to do that. But I was like, he noticed that line, and it's like way at the beginning. It's like in the first little, like, it's on the second line. So like, if people, there's only 5 lines in this email. Like, I'm sure there are going to be people who skim it, but if you can't get to the second line without just disregarding the rest of the email, then you're gonna have to call me. And I'm going to be like, you didn't read the email? I'm not gonna actually do that, but it's not a big deal to me. I don't know, like, but anyway, I was like, yeah, I was just like, yeah, it's a good idea, dude. I'll take that into I'll do that. I think I even said I'll do that, but I'm not gonna do that because he's not gonna see this email when I send it out to everybody else. But anyway, then he like just like was like skimming over the rest, like blah, 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 yep, blah, 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 blah. Okay, yep, the rest looks good. And I was like, okay, but what about the document, like, that's attached to it to actually install it? And he's like, okay, hold on, because like he didn't actually read it, because there's an attachment that you're supposed to open up and go through to enable, or like to turn on MFA, or download an authenticator and enable MFA. Anyway, Uh, he tapped on it. Oh well, he's like, it's not downloading, and I was like, and I was gonna say like, are you connected to, you know, your network, like the Wi-Fi or you know, your phone network, whatever. And he's like, why isn't it opening? And I was like, he's like, dude, what, like he started to like get mad again. He's like, it's not, what's wrong with your doc, or what's wrong, yeah, what's wrong with your document? And I was like that's what he does. Like, he tries to like, he says like, what's wrong with your, or what's wrong with you, like, you know, you messed this, like he tries to make it sound like it's, he shifts the blame. And that's what, like, the contractor I work with was like, that's what he does. He shifts the blame and takes the credit, you know, like the what do you call it, like, I don't remember what he said, but like, basically, you know, what every good boss does, you know, sarcastically. But he's like, it's not opening. And I was like, well, and I was like, I couldn't even like suggest anything because he kept just being like, dude, why isn't it working? Your document, it's a docx, so how come it's not downloading? And like, I'm like, I was able to say like, I don't know, I've done like 5 other people with iOS devices and none of them have ever had trouble downloading it. And he's like, well, it's not working for me. And I was just like, I was getting ready to suggest like, you know, are you connected to the Wi-Fi? Are you connected to your local network? Or are you whatever, you know, whatever your phone, you know, 3G, 5G, LTE, anything? Do you have internet? But then he was like, okay, it's downloading now. And I was just like, he's like, yeah, I tapped on it like 10 times and it wasn't working. So I don't know what happened there. And I was just like, tap on it once. I mean, I didn't say this, but in my head, I was like, just like, why did you tap on it 10 times? But anyway, then he opened up the document, which is like, it's like, I don't know, each one is like 10-ish pages long, but it's not a lot of, it's like one step with like 5 words or less, and then a big picture. So it's only 10 pages long, because the pictures take up a lot of space, because I have to put big old pictures with big red squares and circles and things highlighting everything you got to click on, because people are stupid. Like the IT director, he needs it. But he like opened it up and he's like, you know, he's like, okay, well, I don't have time for this, so I'll do this later and then I'll call you back. And I was like, okay. And then he never called me back. And you know, it went all day yesterday and all day today. And then like around like 2-ish, I went into the admin center in Microsoft 365 and turned on MFA required for him, because I was like, I didn't hear anything about it, but in the email it says you have 24 hours to do this. It doesn't say it like that, but I put a time limit, like, hey, do this soon, because tomorrow I'm going to turn on MFA for you, and if you don't have it set up, you're gonna struggle. You're gonna have to call me. And so I turned it on for him. So whether or not he did it, he's going to have to do it. He better have it done. But anyway, it's a good, almost perfect 1 hour 30 of just venting about stupid work. And it's annoying because Wednesday I vented a little bit at the beginning of the stream, but it didn't take that long. I think it like took like 20 or 30 minutes, and I was like, cool, I got it out of the way, because I only ever do it like once a week or so, because like, you know, enough has happened since the last stream that I have, you know, stuff to complain about. And I was thinking like, okay, cool, Wednesday I got it all out, so, you know, Friday, I knew I was gonna work late yesterday. I didn't know I was gonna work that late, but I wasn't going to stream because I was like, I'm probably not gonna get home till like 7 or 8, and so I'll be too tired and just go to sleep right away, like take a nap and wake up at like midnight or something, and it'll be too late to stream. But anyway, I was like, you know, I got it all out on Wednesday. Friday I can just start playing Xenoblade and play Xenoblade, and now it's an hour and 32 minutes, and I haven't played Xenoblade because of the stupid job. Anyway, let me collect from my Pokemon again.
Let me just fix this.
I'm trying to think of what I want to play now, because I'm not going to play Xenoblade. I'm doing what I did last time. Even though I really want to play it, I don't want, like I was saying, I don't want to archive this stream and have it be like an hour and a half of complaining. I want to do another throwaway stream. I kind of want to play F-099. I don't know. F-099 or Ogre Oustin in Pokemon. What else can I play? But I really want to play this. Part of me is thinking like cut the stream and turn it back on so that the VOD gets broken. But I guess I'll just do the editing myself. Or I just leave it in. I don't know. I guess I'll leave it in. But I don't even know what I'm doing. Fandoms. Oh. Right.
Hey, this one means business. Oh, enemies! I'll hold them off.
Okay, good. I wonder if the items are supposed to... if they're gonna look different, or I just have to collect all these stupid little things. Never mind.
Whoa, visitor.
Oh, I guess I have to fight these guys. Anyway, I can't wait till Monday, because, like I said, I'm gonna talk to my manager and be like, "Hey, you gotta pay me more, or I'm not doing this stuff anymore." Also, I want to talk to the contractor and be like, "Hey, dude, what happened? Why'd you lie to me?" I'll probably say it like that too. How do I Zeo? I don't remember how to focus. I've been thinking about like what I want to do after I finish this game, which is still gonna be like another, probably another week or two, depending on how many times I get to stream. And like, I don't know. Like, I think I want to play. Well, this month I want to play. Hold on. Okay. Wasn't that a guy from Xenoblade 2? Wait a second. Zuo, wasn't you and Zuo were the guys who ran the camp? Who is Hiwa though? Xenoblade? Okay, he was from 3. Oh, see, okay, yeah. So, Yu is a character in Xenoblade Chronicles 3. He was a member of Guernica Vandam's squad alongside Zuo and Hiwa. Trivia, Yu's name and role as a sidekick of Vandam are a reference to Yu from Xenoblade 2. Which I'm sure is going to say the same thing about Zuo. Yep. I knew it. I knew it. Anyway. I know I want to play Fatal Frame Maiden of Blackwater. Sometime in October. Because I really like the Fatal Frame games, and I haven't played that one. And it's like the most recent. It's like a remake of a Japanese exclusive one or something. But yeah, I don't know. I want to play that. And then World of Horror, at least once or twice. Well, I want to stream it at least once. I might play it a bunch off stream. I'm kind of even thinking about... So, I think I've talked about this before, but... like I was saying, there's no... The IT department is a mess. IT kind of control over... In the... I don't know. In the offices, there is no control. Like, everyone... Every user is an administrator of their own PC. Like, they have admin... control of their own machines, which is a very bad idea. And when I showed up and they said that, and I learned that, I was like, that sounds stupid. And it has been. But because of that, you know, people get to do whatever, install whatever they want. So there have been people whose computers I worked on that had Steam installed and games installed. And I was just thinking right now, like, what if I installed Steam on my machine at work and just played World of Horror at work?
You think you're all that good?
Who's gonna stop me? Cause that's definitely a game I could just play, like, cause I've been thinking of, like, cause the contractor I work with, he does that. Like, he plays games, like, not idle. Well, yeah, he plays like idle games, I guess. Not like idle, like IDOL, but IDLE.
I'm the girl with the gall.
I had to let her say that. I was like, wait, Senna's doing the thing. But he always has like a game running in the background as he's working, and like a lot of times when he's trying to show me something, he'll remote into my computer and then flip it. So like I am now remoted into his. And whenever he always like, he'll do that without like thinking like, oh, I should minimize my game or, you know, cover it up or something. So like he flips, like he remotes into my desktop and then flips it so that a little window pops up showing me his desktop. And it's always on the game, and he's like, oh wait, hold on, let me move this. And I'm just like, why doesn't he do that before he remotes in? Like I'm starting to think it's intentional now, but yeah, whenever he, like, I'm like, okay, he plays games, you know, in the background, you know, as he's working, you know, like, I guess, like, just has it running and pops in or whatever. And so I'm like, I want to do that. I already watched streams and YouTube videos. Not not doing work, but it's like, I have on my second monitor, like, a stream running or music or a video or something playing. But why not put World of Horror or something else there? Something that's not like demanding, right? Like I was like, I can't play 14. I can't have 14. I mean, I could idle in 14, I guess, but I can't like run a dungeon or play PvP or something, because that'll just, you know, lock me up. How do I can't do it from here. Oh wait. Oh yeah, it is. Oh wait, there's a bunch of quests I didn't. Oh wait, no, that's the one. What is this? Or these? I guess I'll find out. Yeah, I don't know. I want to play, like I was saying, Fatal Frame, Maiden of Blackwater, some World of Horror. But I can't really, I don't know. Like I was saying Wednesday, I want to play. I was thinking about Omori again, like play the Switch version. Oh, I guess I want to play the RE4 DLC, the Separate Ways, the new Separate Ways DLC. I don't know if I ever looked at this. Wait. Oh, a 7th founder. What was I saying? Oh, Omori. Omori's not really, I mean, it's like kind of a JRPG, even though it's not made by Japanese developers, but it's definitely inspired. It's like that RPG Maker. I said this the other night. I was like, I don't really want to play like RPG Maker JRPG horror JRPGs, but I don't know. Maybe I will. Like maybe I'll play Omori, the Switch version finally, and do that. And see the new stuff in that. Or maybe I'll play something else. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't know. Oh, I also kind of want to play Baten Kaitos. I don't know how you say it. I think I talked about it before, but I played. My friend had it on GameCube when I was younger, and I got to play a little bit of it and watch him play a lot of it. And that game's like, I remember thinking that game was really cool, and wanting to. You like it? Yeah. See, like I liked it and thought it was cool, but I never had it myself, so I never got to actually play that much of it or beat it. But like watching him play it was like, I don't know. I was like, this game's pretty cool, and it's a Monolith Soft game, so that'll just like continue the chain of Monolith Soft games I've been playing. All the Xenoblades. Splatoon has a little bit in there, or they had a little bit of a part in Splatoon. And then the Baten Kaitos games. Because Nintendo, like, I wasn't thinking about it. I mean, it's been like a game that I'm like, I want to play that eventually. Play them eventually. But I think it was like, yeah, September 14th, Nintendo released a 1 and 2 HD remaster, which is, I think the only 2 games. I don't know if there's more than 2 games. Oh my god, please. Yeah, it's only 2 games. And the second game is a prequel. There was supposed to be a DS game, I guess, that got canceled because of Xenoblade Chronicles. It says, outside of the canceled Baten Kaitos DS, no further entries have been announced or released, with the team largely focusing on other projects like the Xenoblade Chronicles games. So Baten Kaitos died because of Xenoblade. When I played the Baten Kaitos games, I'll judge whether it was worth it or not. Whether we got we got, you know, the right games or not.
Thanks. Means a lot. Can you lay them out here?
I guess the stream will be fine. Like, I'm still like self-conscious about the hour and a half I spent
Now you mention it.
rambling and
Didn't
ranting
Monica put
and
an eye patch here?
venting. But if I just do all the side quests, that'll be like a nice little, like, tomorrow I can play, you know, real stuff. The real part of the game.
Yeah, that was Guernica's.
What does it mean exactly? Placing people's belongings here?
Timestamp an hour of rant. That's what I usually do. Like whenever like I publish them on YouTube, I just like cut, or I don't cut it, but I put the little timestamp like from 00 to like however long. I skimmed through until I shut up and played the game, and I put like a mark saying like intro. This is the intro because I didn't actually play the game yet.
How can I explain it?
But an hour and a half is big.
You guys have off-seeing, right?
Usually it's like 30
I
minutes
guess this is
or
our
45
version of
minutes.
that.
But yeah, I'm just gonna do that. Who cares? We'll just do side quests, and clean up, and then tomorrow night I'll play the real story. It sucks because I was saying, I was looking forward to it for like the last week, because I was like, all right, I'm gonna finish Pokemon and get back to Xenoblade, because the last time it was like super. I don't know if you saw it, Bobby, but like they learned about the birds and the bees, and it was really cute. It was really fun. I don't know. I like that whole little bit. All those cutscenes. Like, that was like the first time I played this game when there was like cutscene after cutscene after cutscene, and I wasn't like, can we play the game? I was like, you know, I will watch more and more of this.
Off-seeing for city folk.
You got here first.
Boss, we were waiting for you.
This is like, I think I said this when Vandam died at the beginning, but I was like, why do they just keep killing him? And now we get a whole like depressing, you know, funeral moment again too.
Zuo, you made it back.
Hiwa, you always kept such good care of this. Now look at it. I just wish that we could have talked more. But you're home now.
Thanks to you, these people got a chance to say farewell to their loved ones. And I got to fulfill Dad's dying wish. Thank you.
Mio and Noah's flute replica. I want one. And I would want one that works too. That'd be cool. I would relearn the flute if I could get one of these. Even though I learned how to play flute in 5th grade and I only played it for 1 year, so it would basically be learning it from scratch again.
Emotes. Sparkles fly.
You're finally home.
Hiwa.
These people, they weren't just sacrifices. They've entrusted us all with the future. As the Founders did. Looking back is not an option.
She gonna cry? No. There was a tear. I swear. Also, I don't think she's joined my team yet. Or I've gotten to play with her.
So that was an
Oh, but this is the quest for it because it was yellow, I think.
The sound of that music, it's really something else. I don't think anyone here will forget this day, as long as they live.
The Fallen never got to win their battles, but maybe now they can get some rest.
Yeah, finally. Speaking of, you ought to get some rest too. You're gonna be pretty busy from now on.
You said it, boss. Wait, just how busy are we talking here?
From now on, I'll be traveling with Noah's crew.
Huh? But then who's gonna handle things in the city?
You'll be here, won't you, Travis?
Like father, like daughter, eh?
Dad spent his life on the front line, and I want to carry on that tradition. I understood that when I heard the Overseers play. It has to be me. I have to carry on his legacy, fulfill his hopes. I'll fight for you now.
Dude, these quests are always so good. How do they do it?
That's truly heartening.
hope we'll get to know each other outside of battle too. There's so much I'd like to ask you. About yourself, the city.
No worries.
A word of warning, guys. The boss's stories are long.
If you've got time to
I get
rip
it.
on the boss, I might just assign you some more duties, Travis.
Oh,
Well, at least I won't have to worry about the city while I'm gone. Just holler if you need me.
We'll take you up on that.
I was just thinking, I think I talked about it on Wednesday, but it happened again like yesterday and today. But like people, it feels like people call me just just because they want to talk, or they ask for my help just because
The battle for
they
the
want.
future is here, and we're on the front line.
Oh, I was like, who would even get this? Why uni? I don't remember how the beginning of the quest started.
Hold on a minute.
What was I saying? Oh yeah, whatever. People call me and then, you know, they have like no actual problem, and then they're just like I mean, they do have a problem and I fix it really easy, and then they're like, but as I'm, you know, working on it, they're just like talking about random stuff or whatever, like they're venting, and then when I'm done, they're like, sorry for making like sorry for, you know, just like talking about whatever, and I'm always like, no, it's fine, don't worry about it. Or they'll be like, thanks for listening. And I'm like, yep, no problem. And it's like, I was talking to that's what it was. I was talking to the contractor yesterday.
I'll come again soon. Keep an eye on me, would you?
Oh, I need to stop running by that because I think she's going to do that every time. But I was talking to the contractor I work with, and he, you know, he's like, yeah, our job is to make, you know, make these people happy. And he's like, even if you hate them, like, you need to, you know, be customer service oriented, you know, and try to, like, when people call us, they're already, and I've said this before, and I've talked about this, and I've already, like, I didn't learn anything from this conversation. It's just like, you know, he's like, when people call us, it's because something's wrong, and they're already irritated at minimum. And so it's our job to, like, kind of turn that around, fix their problem, and, you know, make sure they leave happy, or happier than they were when they showed up. And I was like, yeah, you know, people call me all the time, and they'll, like, you know, they're already, like, I can tell they're annoyed or irritated. They don't really take it out on me ever. Like, I haven't had anyone, you know, take it out on me, except for the IT director, but not really take it out on me. But he, like, you know, like I said, he comes off all aggro when he calls, and I'm just like, what do you want? Like, my like unaffected attitude, like, shuts it down pretty quickly, if that makes sense. Like, I can hear his tone change because I'm not feeding, like, I'm not giving him what he wants. Look at them. It's cute watching Senna run with her. Like, she's like, I don't know, she's little, and they're in step, or pretty close to it. No, I think they are, like, exactly. Anyway, yeah, people call me and they're like, I can tell they're mad or annoyed or whatever, and, like, they'll be complaining about their issue, and I, like, fix it or deal with it, but then they complain about other stuff, and, like, I'm like, oh, they're mad about whatever, but they're also, you know, they're already mad about something else, and this is, you know, this issue coming up just kind of, like, exacerbates what they were already mad about. Because they'll also, like, try to, like, they'll realize that they sound like that they're talking to me with kind of like an angry tone or whatever, and apologize and be like, sorry, it's just I've been dealing with this, and then they, like I said, then they start venting and, like, you know, whatever, and then at the end they're like, sorry for making you listen to my problems, or thanks for listening, or whatever. And it's always funny because it's like, I think I said this Wednesday, but I was like, I originally, like, when I got out of the Marines, I majored in psychology because I wanted to be a therapist or a counselor or something like that. And then I realized I didn't want to actually do that. And so I switched over to, you know, IT stuff. And I'm doing that. So, like, I don't know. It's kind of funny. Ironic. But also nice because I didn't have to actually get a degree and finish. Like, I didn't have to keep studying psychology. And I get to be a little bit of a a therapist. You just have to break your computer if you, instead of paying me, you just break your computer and then talk to me. Did a minor for it, then didn't realize you didn't like people that much. That's kind of, yeah. Like, it wasn't that I don't know. Like, my problem was that people are too complicated, and so, like, to me it seemed like psychology was a lot, like, very specific to the person. Like, it's a soft science, even though it should be a hard science. But because of how psychiatry, I guess, would be more hard, but psychology is like, it's specific to the person that you're working with, and so some things work, some things don't, and some things make things worse, and some things don't. And so, like, there's no, it's not simple to, like, you know, deal with people, and that's what I was like, I don't want to do this anymore, because I don't like that. I don't want to struggle trying to help people, if that makes sense. Like, I don't want to have to guess and potentially make things worse, because there's, you know, I'm sure as time goes on you get better at figuring out what works for, you know, different types of people, but, like, I was like, I'm not into this. I don't want to do this anymore. And so I tried to move away from it, and then I got away from it, but now I just provide therapy in a different way. What sucks is how many people don't realize that. Yes, exactly. And that's what, like, I didn't want to be that guy, but also kind of like what you're saying, I also was just like, you know what, I don't really want to deal with people that much. Like, I don't want my job to be, you know, get personal with a million people, because I don't like getting personal with anybody. And so, like, the whole job being, you know, figure out this person, you know, this person's personality and issues and fix them is, like, not for me. I would rather figure out this person's computer issues and deal with that, fix those. But like I was saying, now I'm not even really doing, like, I don't know, I guess I'm like that kind of therapist that is like, asks you a question and then, you know, just listens to you talk for, you know, however long. The kind of therapist that just you vent to. Not a therapist, but I don't know, like I was saying, it's just kind of ironic that I didn't want to do that, and people are doing that to me anyway. Not that I'm trying to solve these people's problems or whatever, but like I said, I'm just like, they call me and they're like, dude, my thing's broken, and I'm like, all right, can I see? Can you open up TeamViewer and let me, you know, see it? And they're like, yeah, I guess. And then I, you know, get in there and I'm like, all right, can you show me the problem? And they're like, yeah, you know, my boss told me to do this, and so I went and did this and this and this, and then this stopped working, and now I don't know what to do. And then I'm like, all right, well, you know, let me, you know, figure it out. And as I'm figuring it out, they're like, yeah, you know, it's just, you know, today's been like pretty busy, and, you know, blah 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 blah. And then he comes to me with this and blah 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 blah, and like they just go on and on as I'm just like clicking around, trying things, trying to figure out. I like it when they do that too, because then they don't see that I don't know what I'm doing sometimes, and I'm just like clicking on random stuff until I find the answer. Because a lot of times, like, people will come to me and be like today, this lady, she was like, I can't send or I can't, when I attach PDFs to a message, they turn into links. And I was like, can you show me? And then she showed me, and I was like, oh, that's weird. And I was like, I've never seen that before, and I don't know how to deal with this. And I was about to like Google it, but then she started talking about like, she's like, yeah, you know, it was working yesterday, and then today, you know, blah 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 told me, you know, they asked for this, and so I've been spending the last half hour trying to send it, but it keeps showing up as a link and blah 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 blah. And then she was just, you know, like, she's like, yeah, it's like it's super important, and like today, you know, they should have asked for this earlier, but now like blah blah. And she's just like going on, and I'm just like clicking different tabs, like looking for an option that'll just be like turning the thing into a link. And then I was like, oh wait, I see this tab right here called Adobe Acrobat or something. And then I clicked on it, and there was an option in there that was like literally said, it was like a checkbox that said, or there's 3 little like bubbles, and the bubble that was selected was turn PDFs into cloud storage links. And I just like clicked the one that said don't turn PDFs into cloud storage links. And then I was like, all right, can you try it again? And she's like, oh yeah, hold on one second. And then like, you know, I like interrupted her. I mean, I didn't like cut her off, but I was like, okay, can you try it again? Like trying to like be like, hey, I'm, you know, stop complaining and click the button. But you know, whatever. I have to be nice, so I'm nice. But then she attached the PDF and it worked fine. And she's like, oh my god, thank you so much. And then excuse me. She didn't say thanks for listening or anything. It was actually kind of funny, but like I was saying, it was like whatever she was trying to do was urgent and time had already been wasted. And she's like, thank you so much. And she's like, okay, bye. And just like hung up immediately without, I didn't even get to say, all right, you know, because usually when I'm done, I'm like, is there anything else? And then, you know, they usually say no. Sometimes they're like, oh, actually, here's a list of things that I've been saving for you. And it's like, okay, thanks. But she didn't even let me say that. Like I was like she's like, oh my god, thank you so much, like bye, before I could even say, is there anything else? And then yeah, just hung up. And I was like, oh, I guess it was like that urgent.
We've made some new friends.
Anyway, I don't know. I like my, like I was saying, I like my job. It's just, if they want me to do all this extra stuff, they better start paying me, because paying me the appropriate wage for it, because I'm content doing just the help desk stuff. So if they don't want, like, I don't want it if they're not gonna pay me for it. And so, you know, if they're like, yeah, no, just don't do it anymore, the contracting team we're hiring is going to take over for it. Yeah, I don't know, like I was saying, I'll talk to my manager on Monday, and we'll see, because like I don't mind either way. Like I'm perfectly content just doing help desk stuff, because it's so easy and chill, and the people are, you know, like I like talking to these people. Like I don't really. There isn't anyone. Oh my god, I can't. Dude, climb the ladder. There isn't anyone except for the IT director and maybe my manager. The only reason I don't like talking to my manager is because she, every meeting with her drags out, or like goes way longer than it should. And so it's like, it's frustrating because it takes up a lot of my time. Like she'll be like, hey, can I can I talk to you? Like she'll call me or email me to ask to talk to me, like ask me to, you know, ask me for some time. And I'll be like, yeah, you know, like whatever, whenever. And she'll be like, okay, how about, you know, this day at this time for 30 minutes. And I'm like, okay. And then it'll go like an hour and a half. And she's like, sorry, you know, I didn't. she's like, I didn't expect it to go so long. And I'm like, me neither. And you really should have like stopped. And then the other thing is like, if she has like an appointment, like she'll like schedule, 30 minutes to talk with me. And then, when we start talking, she'll be like, yeah, I do have an appointment at this time. So, I just want to talk to you real quick because, yeah, I got an appointment later that I got to get ready for. And then like 59 minutes later, she's like, okay, I gotta, let's call it here because I have to go to this other meeting. And I'm just like, dude, what the heck? Like, let me go. Let me free. And I can't just tell her like, all right, shut up, I'm going. But yeah, like, I don't know. It's,
Doesn't seem to have been too eventful here.
I'm trying to, I guess I should just open up my map. I was looking for the, these exclamation points. The unsolved riddles. And they're not even over here. I wonder if I actually have to go to all of them. Because there's, I don't know, there's like a bunch of them. I don't even remember what the riddle is. But anyway. Yeah, I don't know, my manager, like, she wastes my time. Because it's a lot of, like, I don't know. Like I was saying earlier, it's a lot of, like, professional advice that I don't need and I don't care for. But I have to be like, cool, yep, I get it, yep, thanks, so that she doesn't, I don't know, doesn't stop liking me. Like I was saying earlier, she likes me. She likes, hearing how she treats other people. I'm like, okay, she likes me, because not like in a weird way, but like, as like an employee or whatever. Because everyone else gets treated like dirt. And she's always like, what do you need? How can I help you? How do I make your life easier? But then, we go into a meeting and she cuts down my hours that I worked and tries to make me look like I'm not working. I mean, she didn't try to make me look like I'm not working, but like I was saying earlier, I put in literally the hours I worked help desk tickets that I tracked, because there's a lot of help desk tickets that I don't track. And she cut the times down like, no, you didn't work these hours. And it's like, actually I worked more than that, but I didn't put it all in, so I couldn't actually see how much I actually worked. Anyway, why do I keep complaining about work? Because it took up a lot of my time this week. Dude, I worked 15 hours yesterday. That's 7 hours of overtime. And then double time. So 4 hours of overtime, 3 hours of double time, which is cool, but like I was saying, I didn't get paid like I should have been. And then my mom and my brother were both like, hey, at least you're making money. Hey, at least you're getting overtime. And it's like, that's not the point. I don't care. I don't want to give up my time if I'm getting ripped off. And then my brother was like, well, now you know what it's like to be me. And then he's like, well, I guess I didn't work all of it all at once, though. And I was like, why even say that? Did they expect me to count that? Hold on. There's like like caramel or chocolate or something stuck on the back of my throat. It's very unpleasant. Tastes good though. Anyway. I guess I didn't talk. Wait, where's the plaza? Oh. Oh, that's the one we have to go all the way around for. The Fisherman's Life channel, that guy, what's it, Matt's? He put out a video yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I didn't see it till yesterday. Last night. But it's been months, and I've been like, I think I talked about it a few times, but I've been like fiending for the next Fisherman's Life video. Like, he started another channel called A Man in His Land, and he uploaded a video there, but only one. And like, he used to upload a video like, I don't know, a few times a week, and just completely stopped. Open the door, kid. This kid said second from the right. What are all these? What? Why'd they do that? Now I gotta go look at which statue is the second from the right. Senna said the one on the far left. So Senna, are they implying Senna is gay? Because the guy was like, which one do you like the most or whatever? And Senna said the one on the far left. And he's like, oh, so that's what you're into, huh? Which it's Pyra's kid. I can't remember. I think it's Pyra's kid. And then the kid said Shulk. Okay, now I have to go all the way back to that other one. Or back to that place. Whoops. Anyway. I was talking about the Fisherman's Life video. He finally put out a new video, and I was like, cool. And I watched it, and I hope he doesn't try to do like ASMR stuff, because he was whispering a lot in the video, and I was like, oh god. Like, he was saying he doesn't know, like, he bought a big plot of land, and it has like a pretty big pond on it with fish in it, and his thing, it opened. The channel's called Fisherman's Life, and he was like talking about how he has this new house and land and a pond and all that stuff with fish in it, and he's gonna fish it, and he was fishing it, but he was like, I don't know how to bass fish or whatever, so I don't know if I'm supposed to be quiet or what, because he usually does ocean fishing where you don't have to be quiet, because the ocean is loud enough that a fish isn't gonna hear you. But in a pond or something, you know, the fish could hear you. And so he was trying to be quiet, so he's like whispering a lot of the video, and I was like, I can't tell if he's like I know he's trying to be quiet, but I can't tell if he's also trying to like test the waters of like ASMR fishing or something, and I don't want that. But I don't know. It was like a nice video. It was pretty long too, and it was nice that he's not dead. Even though, like I said, he put out that other video on his other channel, but still, it's just kind of like, what happened? Is he just done? Did he quit? Did we get scammed? 28756. Memory house. Capped. We got scammed. 28756. I'm trying to look for just a list of letters of the alphabet. English alphabet. Okay, so 2 is B. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, never mind. I was gonna see if it was like a word or something, but. Or wait. A 287. So okay, BHG 5E 6F. BHGEF. Or it's just coordinates. I was gonna say that doesn't spell anything, or at least nothing I can. It's basically telling Tyon, you're wrong. Oh wait, he's not. This quest feels weird though, because it's not even like really a riddle or a puzzle, because they just tell me the answer. Well, first, like the lights thing, you just have to go around enough until you find the right one, if you don't know it. Excuse me. Or if you don't actually like try to figure it out. But then this one, the kids literally just told me what to do. I guess the riddle is figuring out how to get up there, or is it just right here? I guess it's just right here. Founder must mean like the statues of the founders, right? Person who make clues. Torpedo wrap. Grocery shopping. Is this gonna make me hate Napons again? Because we're getting scammed by a Napon to just get him some food.
What should we get?
I like how he popped in and then shifted over. I had to watch like the replay just to make sure. I think I hate Nopons again. 2 ruined them. 2 ruined them, and then 3 saved them. But this quest, it's ruining them again.
Alright.
I mean, this is something Nopons would do in 1. But, 2 ruined it. But he's not even up here. Oh, yeah, it is. Or it is. Could be a girl. I don't know. It might not even be a Nopon. It's not. It's a little girl. Oh, great. Now it's going to be all sad. As soon as he said, Gigi understand, I was like, oh, she has no friends. Oh, great. Her parents are dead. Great. Okay, wait. I love Nopons again. What the heck? He was nice. That's a good Nopon. He literally set all this up to get her some friends. What the heck? Or, well, I guess she set up the riddle, but he got us to solve it so that we would, you know, find her and be her friends or whatever, or get those kids to be her friends. Whatever. What the heck? They tricked me. They set me up to start hating Nopons again. Okay, what else do they have here? Well then, what do I have? Oh. I might be able to do this now. And maybe this by the time we get through all these other ones. I'm in chapter 5, right? How do I? No, I have to keep progressing. Let me do these 2, and then we'll do this, and then this. Also, wait a second. Oh, okay. I was like, didn't we already go into the castle? But this is rescuing, or, well, I guess. Well, we're rescuing Gondor, who knows the location of the true queens. Oh, wait. I keep doing that wrong. Wait. Cadencia. I don't know which one the scavenger force is. Oh, okay. Oh, we have to wear the eye patches again. I was wondering, I saw Tyon with his on, and I was like, why is Tyon wearing an eye patch? I don't remember that being part of the outfit. But I forgot. Once we leave the sword thing or whatever. Oh. I didn't know there was more to this. Or I guess this is different.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
What? I'm so confused. So I thought this was like a continuation of what's her name? Miranda? Monica. I thought it was a continuation of Monica's quest, but it was a separate quest. But then that guy, like, I realized, like, I was like, oh wait, no, it's a different quest, but it's like kind of the same. But then he started talking about you, and I was like, wait, that was from Monica's quest though. Is that a bunnet?
That's a rare one.
A bunnet? A pipito? Actually, no, I'm gonna let it go. Maybe, yeah, it's gone. I'll say maybe I follow it to get an item that it'll drop. Oh, I was like, did I pass it? I hear something growling. Oh, it's probably that. What do you call it? Fenris or whatever? Wolf? Mm-hmm.
We've made some new friends.
Ferris, not Fenris. Do I actually have to fight anything?
Whoa, you don't see many of those.
Floria. Oh, I haven't done this one.
This isn't worth our time.
Let's end it quickly.
I hate them so much.
Good going. That's the weak point.
Eyes over here. Are you hit? Let's hit it. Thanks. Yes. Keep it up, Leo. Let's go. I'll spit the bird. You want some more? Twister.
Easy. I mean, I am 10 levels above them.
Too easy. Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
Okay, just want to make sure that was the only thing I needed to grab. Okay. I was like, am I running the right way? I literally just looked at my map, but...
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
I thought that was gonna go even longer, because it felt like they were gonna send me to a bunch of different people who were each gonna be like, hey, do this, hey, do that. Oh, I wanted to talk more about that quest with the little kid. Because, yeah, I don't know, like, well, I guess the same thing with Monica's quest, but, I don't know, the side quests in this game, I guess the hero quests are like, in between side quests and main quests. But every hero quest has been really good. And then a lot of side quests, like, I think Juniper's village was like the only time the side quests were kind of like, what are we doing here? But most of the time they've been like pretty good for the most part, like meaningful, and I actually care instead of just being like, all right, let me just mindlessly kill a bunch of enemies and talk to this Machina lady and turn in like 10 quests all at once. But
This was a nice
yeah, I don't know. I like this game a lot. Like, I was thinking about it earlier before I started playing, and I don't know. I don't know if I like it more than one. I like it more than two. But I don't know if I like it more than one. I think I do. I can't remember. I know I like talked about this before. And I think I said I like it more than one, but I can't remember. But thinking about it earlier, I was like, pretty sure I like this game more than one. And I can't really see it unless they do something, I don't know, really stupid with the ending. I don't see. How do I? Oh, I guess I take the elevator down. I was thinking the elevator was gonna go up, but I don't know why I didn't consider it would go down.
I hate the waiting part.
I didn't want up, so I was right. Never mind. Yeah, I can't really see my opinion on this getting worse, unless, like I said, unless they fumble the ending Real bad. Why? Now I have to wait. Mio's right. I hate the waiting part. But yeah, I don't know. Like, cause one, I like Shulk. I mean, I like everyone. I guess the general consensus is that Charla is probably the worst character because she kind of doesn't exist. Not that she's bad or anything, but it's just she shows up and then has very little to do with the story, or like very little screen time, and then she tells Melia, you know, get your man, win Shulk over. Fiora's dead, so you know Shulk is yours. And then Fiora shows up and Charlotte just kind of abandons her. It's just like she like got her hopes up and then was like silent. But everyone in 1 is really good, but everyone in 3 is better. I don't know. I really like the cast of 1, but this cast is so good. It's like the best cast in, I don't know, any game. Not the best, but like definitely one of my favorite groups of characters out of like any game I've played. They're all so good and they're all so fun together.
All right. Let's just sneak a peek.
Where'd the music go? Can I swim? There's a ramp there. Okay. Because this water didn't look swimmable at first. It's gonna sound really weird and dumb. And it's very specific to me. But anytime I see, like, this guy's name is Samon, maybe even Samon, but I read it as Samon. Anytime I see something that, like, rhymes with Samon, basically, anything that rhymes with Hamon, I think of the stupid, well, it's not even stupid, it's pretty fun, the Weird Al, bad, what parody called Fat, and there's a part where he says ham on whole wheat, all right, like it's like a, you know, he's doing Michael Jackson's Bad but a parody, and so anytime I see salmon or anything that like rhymes with that, my brain, like, I don't know, I think I talked about this like a couple weeks ago or a week ago or something, about something different, but like my brain literally, like, I see one thing and it's just instantly goes to this other thing. So anytime I see something that rhymes with ham on, that song instantly comes up in my brain and it's just like stuck. And so I saw salmon and my brain was instantly like ham on whole wheat, all right. And I'm like, I'm seeing the music video in my head and I can't stop. And it's, I don't know, I didn't even like listen to Weird Al that much when I was younger. It was just like, I remember seeing the music video on like MTV or something, and like it probably came on a few times or whatever, but just being like, I don't know, that's like, it's pretty good. It's like a, I don't know, Weird Al is like, you know, popular for a reason. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that one.
Let's just sneak a
Like
peek.
none of his other songs really stick in my head. Like even when I listen to like Gangsta's Paradise or whatever, Coolio, I don't think of Amish Paradise at all. Like Amish Paradise is like another one of those like iconic Weird Al songs, and like that never comes up in my head ever. Like if I hear, I'm trying to think, like there's like I don't know. I was trying to think of like another Weird Al song that like has kind of overtaken the original song that it's parodying. But I can't think of any right now. But I know there's Weird Al songs that like when I hear like the beat, I think of the Weird Al version before I think of, you know, whatever the original one is. But I don't know. I don't know why fat is like so ingrained in my brain. And it's not even really that ingrained, I guess. Like it's literally just when I see something that rhymes with ham on, just like the 2 syllables, like salmon, like something like that just puts that song in my head. Add Mr. to start of a name. Erythia C. Didn't it used to be called Aerith C or something like that in 1? Yeah, that's really cool. I like there's been a few names like that in the game where it's like because it's like centuries later. I'm assuming, I don't know. It's a long time after the first 2 games. And so like it's kind of like what would happen in real life if there was a name of a place. As time would go on, the name would change, not like completely, but like it would, you know, evolve a little bit. So go from Erythia to Erythia. Or Erythia. Wait, do I have to collect the 300 for him? His eyes. Six houses. Wasn't that a thing in 2? Senna's pose.
We've made some new friends.
Dude, these characters are so good. I love Senna. I love them all. They're all so good. Like, I feel like... pretty sure Mio's gonna die. Because they keep... She doesn't have time. She's about to die. She's too old. But I feel like they might also kill other people. Like, once you kill one, why not kill some more? And I'm not looking forward to that. Why do I keep opening my map that way? I know it's a shortcut, but like I can't go to this map. I forgot where I'm supposed to go, but I think I'm supposed to go here. Excuse me. I zoomed the camera out earlier.
According to Mr. Salmon, Timna's place should be around here.
Do you really think she can come up with 300 ether cylinders?
His voice was so close, but he was all the way over there. Also, he added the Mr. to his name. We gotta find Uni another fortune clover. I was gonna say, I zoomed the camera out earlier, but it feels like it keeps getting super close. And I'm not doing anything. My throat being so annoying. Why'd she call him Duck? What does that mean? That a lot has been stockpiling more than they need. All just to cock a snook at us. What does that even mean? If you tell her that the Napon's needs are many, the conversation should go smoothly. What is Manana doing? Why'd she do that? Oh. Her eye. It's like super green. Oh, Manana knows the message. Oh wait, maybe not. Senna knows? The Napon needs his money. She likes Napans? Stay put. Okay. Why does it have to keep being birds?
We've made some new friends.
Kill him. No, I was mashing A. Did Senna say, why was I asleep? Who was that? Senna died. Alright, she's fine. Oh, I'm gonna die though. If I can't go back up, I can't see. I can't go back up. Maybe this will help. I'm stuck. Okay, so I shouldn't use her right away.
Do you think this plan might work? I might have the answer. Yippee!
I forgot she does that. Wait. Cool. Her thing is kind of busted. It's just like, get a character back, but then this is like, get a character back and give them extra points. The one with the most. Parties from Resonance of Fate and Wild Arms 3. Really like mercenary groups in RPGs. I haven't played either of those. I'm trying to think of a game that I've played that has like mercenary groups. I don't know why I was looking at Ty. I'm like, I should use him because that wouldn't make any sense. I know I have to have played games with mercenaries. But I like the concept. I don't know, mercenaries are cool. Also, she came back with bonus. Who did I? Senna. Okay. Wait, she could just like combo herself over and over again, I think. I'm afraid she's gonna score too many points if I use her first. I'm trying to think. I can't think of any games that I've played that have like mercenary groups. I'm trying to like scan my brain for JRPGs or RPGs or anything like that. But I guess like I don't know. I guess I've played games that let you be like in this game. You're not really a mercenary group because you haven't really fought for any side. But now we're fighting for these people, so kind of. I don't know. I guess that's like an underused concept. Or maybe I'm just... Yeah, see, she keeps reviving herself, which is really sick. He might get too much. Well, I guess I was thinking Metal Gear Solid 5. So that's different. It's not really, it's not an RPG and it's not a group, but you kind of are mercenaries, except you're also not. And that game's really cool. That game's really good. I don't know. Now I'm thinking about Metal Gear Solid 5. I haven't played it since like it came out. Dude, this sucks. Can I do this? Okay, yeah. Perfect. I was afraid of like canceling the fight and like breaking the quest or something. But yeah, MGS5, like, I know all the Metal Gear Solid games are something loud outside, like a plane or something. They're anti-war is like the message, but they, like, Kojima, I don't know, he's like, war is bad, but look at how cool it is and how fun it is. And 5 is like, look at how cool it is and how fun it would be to be like a mercenary group leader, and you recruit people by literally just like extracting them to your ship. Or your not your ship, what do you call it? Like the big old tanker things, like oil things. What do they call them? I know it's Outer Heaven or whatever. But what are the platforms called? Or Outer Haven? Which one is it? Outer Heaven Espresso in Nevada City, California. What is this? This isn't Metal Gear themed. What are they doing? Also, it looks very hipstery. I know it's a coffee shop, and they're pretty hipstery already. but like some of these pictures. Why am I looking at this? Anyway. Yeah, Outer Heaven. But what is the thing called? Because they're built on like these big old like oil drill mining looking things that are out in the middle of the ocean. But what do they call that? There's like a name for it. Now I just want to play Metal Gear. I haven't played Metal Gear Solid in a long time. That's one of my favorite games. I don't know. I can't find it. I don't know what they're called. But whatever. Now you do too. 5 is so good, but like now I'm thinking about 1. But they have that remake coming out soon, don't they? Or like the remakes of like the first 3 games, and then like some of the spin-offs or whatever. And it's coming to PC. The Master Collection, and then Metal Gear Solid Triangle Snake Eater. October 24th. That's so soon. I didn't even realize. Cool. I guess it's not a remake, because this Metal Gear Solid 1 looks like the original Metal Gear Solid 1. Yeah, it comes with Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. Oh, okay. Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid. Oh, okay, and then Triangle A or Delta or whatever it's supposed to be. Or is 3. And then I guess 4 just doesn't ever leave the PS4. Totally forgot. I remember looking at that like a month ago or something, but I forgot that it was coming out. I don't know if I knew it was coming out next month. Now it's another thing. I'm like, maybe I play that. But I would only end up playing Metal Gear Solid 1. I think I tried playing wait. Oh yeah, it's 300. I like how they had to give me 3 stacks of 99 and then 1 stack of 3. Because they couldn't just
I'm on board for that.
give me 300. That's the wrong map. I don't remember where he was. I think it was here. No. Yes. Or no. Okay. I guess I'll just look. Cadencia. I was like, wait, it doesn't say. What was I saying? Metal Gear. Oh, I remember trying to play one of like the early Metal Gears on like Game Boy Color or something like that, or well, like Metal Gear or Metal Gear 2, one of those ones on like Game Boy or Game Boy Color or something. I didn't like it, so I didn't play it. But I really, Metal Gear Solid is one of my favorite games of all time. Literally, like Sniper Wolf. I like the game so much that I used that name, Sniper Wolf, on like everything for like the longest time until SS Sniper Wolf became really popular, and then people were just like, OMG, are you the real Sniper Wolf? And I'm like, the real Sniper Wolf? What are you talking about? I think I've said this before, I talked about this before, but like the first time someone was like, are you the real Sniper Wolf? I was like, I thought they were kidding, because I was like, haha, because like it's a video game character, what are you talking about? And then they're like, no, the YouTuber. And I was like, what? And then I was like, oh, I guess there's some girl who's using the name Sniper Wolf too, and now I have to deal with that. And then like a few more people after that were like, oh, are you the I can't, they either asked me if I was her or if I was like a fan of hers or something like that. And I was like, all right, I guess I gotta change my name, give up the Sniper Wolf tag that I've used for so long. I talked about this before. Well, I've like talked about that before, but I also I've told this story before where in Florida, when I was on the comms team, the like intelligence officer for General Austin was like, he was just like talking to me or whatever, and he's like, so what's your like game name, like what's your gamer name or whatever? And I was like, I usually use Sniper Wolf for, you know, most things. It's from a video game or whatever. And he's like, Sniper Wolf. And then I don't remember what he said after that, but we like, you know, just like talked about other stuff. But then like the next day I came on shift and my gunny was like, hey, Sniper Wolf. And I was like, he told everybody. And then everyone kept calling me that. And then they all started coming up with their own like code names or whatever. And it was pretty funny that like, I don't know, everyone just like had fun with it. But I was like, he was a lieutenant colonel. Like, it was just funny thinking like this lieutenant colonel is going around like, hey, you know Rigo, that little corporal over there, his nickname, his code name is Sniper Wolf. And it's like, I literally just use it for video games. But I don't know, they're like, I don't know, I think I talked about it before, but like General Austin staff was usually like, most of them were pretty cool. And like, it was weird because they're all like high ranking officers, and so like I'm just like this E3, E4, E5 at the end, that is like, you know, just hanging out with these very important people. Not like hanging out, like going out to do stuff with them or whatever, but just like we're just sitting there talking about the most random stuff all the time. But they did this other thing one time where everyone was like, because like everyone, like, I don't know, there's like people of all like races and, you know, origins or whatever on the team. Like there's like Mexican people, black people, Asian people, like all that, and then a few white people, but they didn't have like super white person names. But then like they were like watching the news or something, and some guy, like there was like a newscaster, and his name, he was like, I don't know, they were saying my gunny was telling me like, basically what happened was everyone was giving themselves like super whitewashed names or whatever, like white people names, based on what their actual names were. And my gunny was explaining to me why, because he came to me and just like gave me what my name would be, and I don't even remember what it was. I think it was like Richard something. But he was like, yeah, we were watching the news or whatever, and this like super dark Mexican dude was on the screen, and his name was like Charles something. Like it was just like the most white name, and it was like, they're like, his name is probably like something like Carlos whatever, but they have to like whitewash it for the news because people don't want to, you know, people are racist. And so but yeah, he was just like, yeah, you know, my name is Rob Ridges, this guy's name is blah 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 blah, her name is blah blah blah. And I was just like, what are they just do nothing all day except sit here and, I don't know, come up with names for each other. It's, I don't know, don't you guys have more important things to do? But I don't know, they're just having fun, and like that's all I'm saying, it's just like, I don't know, they were a fun crew to be around. It made like, I don't know, like I think I've talked about it before, like if I could have stayed at that job, like I could have guaranteed my like if somehow they could have guaranteed that I would stay on the comms team for the rest of my enlistment, like the rest of my career, if I stayed in for like a full 20, if I re-enlisted, if they could guarantee that they couldn't guarantee that I would stay at the comms team for my whole enlistment, my whole next enlistment if I re-enlisted. So I didn't re-enlist. But I mean, I probably wouldn't have re-enlisted anyway, just because I was kind of sick of the military. But I would have considered it more if they would have been like, yeah, you know, if you re-enlist, we will keep you here for the next, you know, 4 years or 5 years or however long the enlistment contract would be. But what was I saying? I don't know. The staff was cool, and I liked working with them. Because they were, yeah, even though they were all like high-ranking officers, and it was a pretty stressful job, like I don't know. High stress, I guess. I don't know. Like, you're traveling a lot. You have a lot of important stuff to worry about. Like, I had a clearance, top secret clearance. I had to carry, you know, top secret materials with me everywhere I went, basically. And it's like, you know, there's that, the stress that comes with something like that. And the stress of being around, you know, high-ranking officers and enlisted for, you know, all day, every day. But even with all that, it was like they made it easy. Like, they were really cool, and I never got yelled at. Like, there was never an instance where they, like, I messed up so bad that, you know, someone got mad at me enough to yell at me. Where when I was in Okinawa, someone was yelling at me like once a week, just because that's what Marines do. I've talked about it before, but like, if you're just like walking and, you know, you're walking on the sidewalk and maybe you like aren't paying attention to where you're walking, so you walk a little too close to the grass and your foot like barely touches the grass, someone out of nowhere will like yell at you like, "Hey, Marine, get off the grass," and you're just like, I barely touched it, dude. Like, relax. But then you're like, "Aye, aye, Staff Sergeant," or whatever, and you like get off the grass and keep going. And it's just like every day there's someone somewhere who's gonna, I don't know, call you out for something. But then in the Air Force, on an Air Force base, at a joint unit, nobody cares, and everyone's cool, and it's like, yeah, I don't know. Even when things are going wrong or you mess something up or whatever, nobody really yells at you. Like I was saying, I think I never got yelled at, but there was this gunny, Marine gunny in at McDill who, I don't even remember where she worked. I think she was admin or something, but she didn't yell at me, but she like kind of chewed me out for having scuffed up boots. And I was just like, I looked at my boots when she's like, because I was new and I was like being introduced to everybody. I think it might have been my first day or something, but my sergeant was like, he introduced me. I can't remember her name, but he was like, "Hey, Gunny, this is you know, Lance Corporal Lopez. He's our new comms team guy or whatever." And she's like, "You didn't think to get new boots on your first day?" And I like looked at my boots and there was like one tiny little scuff on the corner of my boot. And I was like, "No, Gunnery Sergeant." And then she was like, "Get new boots." And then like we were in the elevator and then like it stopped on her floor and she got out. And then the doors closed and my sergeant was like, "Yeah, she's kind of a bitch." And I was like, "Ah." And then he was just like, he's like, "Your boots are fine, dude. Like, whatever, blah, blah, blah." And I was just like, okay. But like, what a way to like, I don't know, introduce yourself to somebody is just like, you know, get new boots and then like just leave and just don't even say, "Hey, nice to meet you," or anything like that. Just, you didn't get new boots on your first day, get new boots. I didn't get new boots, but I hated her. Every interaction with her after that was just like bad because she sucks. And she ran my last PFT. I was talking about PFTs and CFTs, I think last time or 2 streams ago or something. But she ran my last my last PFT. So she was in charge of keeping track of scores and stuff like that. And I was the last one to finish, and she's like, "Wow, Lopez, take your time." And I was like, "It's my last PFT. Of course I'm gonna take my time." She like took down my time at like 24 minutes or whatever it was, and I was like, I felt good that she was like annoyed and had to stay longer to wait for me to cross the finish line so she could, before she could leave. But yeah, I don't know what her problem was. I never found out why she was the way she was, because nobody else on the base. I've met other Marines, plenty of other Marines,
Job well done.
and nobody was like her.
Salmon pull all-nighter to install. Expect to be shipshape by tomorrow morning.
That soon?
Salmon never flounder. Always get job done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you not necessary. Salmon is fixer-upperer by trade.
Fixer-upperer.
What's that?
Ah, this is ultimate vessel.
Ultimate vessel?
That right. Even Vortexing Raging Great Sea not slow advance. It'd go down in history as queen of boats. Still work in progress, but sure to bring to fruition someday. It's someone's dream.
Wow.
That's it. We don't even get to ride the boat. He scammed us. Oh, nice. I was like, wait, do we just have to progress the story to get to the next part or what? But
Nothing to do till tomorrow morning, but kick back and charge our batteries.
Back to the city barracks then.
Mio is so cute. I don't know, all these characters are so good. And Mio is extremely cute. Like, she's cuter than Nia. But I think I like Nia more still. Oh. That's that quest. It said I had to progress the main story some more. Or at least I was assuming the main story. But I guess I just had to do the side quest. Yeah, Mio's cuter than Nia, but I think that's like by design, or however you would say. Ooh. Whatever you would call it. Because Nia is cute, but she's like pretty
oh my.
tomboyish and stuff.
Whatever is the meaning of this? That's most peculiar. There had never been any issue with me hitching a ride on an armory before. Now you're telling me that moi, yours truly, may not accompany you.
She looks like a VTuber.
Elder's orders, Mom. Please don't make things difficult, Miss Masher. You know well enough. I don't have the authority to permit your departure without at least a platoon. For protection.
Yes, I do understand, of course. Sensible, really. Given poor Uncle Gurney's horrid plight.
Uncle
tightening
Gurney.
Security on all outbound transports, are we, Moni, dearest? I've needs too. Forget platoons. I've a mind to enlist every lost number there is. Would that suit you better? That said, perchance, if you were to reconsider, I would be more than capable of fending for myself. Do you see what I'm alluding to?
I'm in no position to decide, Mom. In any case, I'm afraid you'll have to take it up with the Elder.
Oh, I commend your obedience. Thank you. That'll be all. Oh, what a wet blanket. And here I was, so raring to
How'd she get her hair to do that?
I feel as a babe, cast by the wayside. To business.
Who is she talking to?
How might I foil Moni dearest's little arrangement?
Moni. I guess you said that earlier, but I didn't realize she was talking about Monica. Okay, hold on. I was gonna see who. Masha was designed by Mai Yoneyama.
plumage is everywhere.
Mai Yoneyama is an animator and illustrator from Japan. She's participated in various anime works. Oh wait, I thought I was looking at the designer, not the voice actor. Oh, it is the designer. Oh, wait, what? Never mind. I thought I grabbed the wrong name. But apparently she... Oh, she participated in various anime. I thought I read voice. Including Kisniver, Kill la Kill, and Promare as an animation director and character designer. Okay, but what VTubers has she designed?
Every day's a training day.
Looking at her art, I can see... Like, I'm like, okay, yeah. Promare. Kill la Kill. I can see, like, how you get there. What else was it? Kisniver. I never watched Kisniver. But this character definitely looks like she looks like she would be a VTuber.
Excuse me?
Like that type of anime style, not just anime.
Hello.
Oh, I didn't mean to skip.
Have you perhaps business outside of the city? And if so, might it trouble you to take me with you?
That came out of nowhere. Who even are you?
You don't know? This is Lady...
Ah! Where are my manners? Please forgive my impertinence. It's simply that I'm in something of a hurry.
Well, there's a stupid bug in here. I keep seeing it fly around.
Masha. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Hi, Masha. We're...
Oh, I know full well who you are. You're a known quantity here, my dears. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone in the city who doesn't know of you.
You said you wanted to accompany us. Why?
Gosh, aren't you a cautious one? It's nothing of grave importance, I assure you. I just happen to have some personal matters to attend to in the Fornis region. The Aegis Wilderness, to be precise. It may surprise you, but I happen to have a modicum of skill in battle, above that of the average layperson. It wouldn't be the first time I've left the city. In fact, I'm rather accustomed to working on my own. But it seems I've been met with some skepticism. Dear me.
Pull the other one. You can fight.
Her attire certainly doesn't
Pull
conform
the
to
other one.
dress code
What does that mean?
It's about as far from military fatigues as you can get without falling off the edge of the world.
Yes, I get that a lot. But I'm afraid my fashion sense is non-negotiable.
Oh, I can't wait to see everyone
Only when
wearing...
one pursues beauty,
I guess
with
not
every
exactly
breath
what
is
she's
it
wearing,
that
but...
one may validate proof of one's existence.
Sure.
Aegis Wilderness, huh? We might not be going there for some time. Is that okay?
No trouble at all. I'm sure you have your own duties to fulfill. I hope you'll allow me to humbly assist you as a concerned and dedicated representative of the city. Well, as you can see, I could not have found more exceptional bodyguards. You'll have no qualms now, I hope? Ah, give Moni dearest my regards, won't you?
She's literally in our party right now.
Very well.
All right, people, what say we get a move on? Time waits for no cognoscenti.
What does that even mean? Connoisseur, a discerning expert.
Yeah, okay. Keep your hair on.
Well, guess you're with us for a while then, Masha. Don't worry, you'll be in good company.
What is she?
We've made some new friends.
The Aegis Wilderness is vast. We should make ingress from the Zem's Crossway side. The Aegis Wilderness is vast. We should make ingress from the Zem's Crossway side.
That's right at the border with the flats, right? If we're heading into the wilderness, we best do it from here.
He's a healer. Restores HP with critical hits and guides the flow of battle with unique field effects. Oh, this little kid. Oh, she has a grandma at least. I was like, how's she living on her own? Oh wait, Monica. Jesus. What was that other? Oh, we have to sleep. That's what it was. Can I even rest here?
I'm getting peckish. Do we have any snacks? Let's bounce.
I know there's like barracks or whatever, but I don't remember where they're at. Wait, wasn't there a barracks or something around here somewhere? I'm pretty sure like Monica or someone walked us around and was like, here's the barracks, spend the night here and then meet Monica in the morning or something. Was it at the hospital or something? Or no, because that was the cutscene that came right after that. I don't know. And didn't, what's his name, say, like, I guess we're going back to the city barracks or something like that? Noah? Whatever. Let me just run around, I guess, a little bit and see if I can find... I feel like it should have shown up on my map. The quest, I didn't mean to.
There, all done.
Wow, amazing!
Is that what's her name over
Okay,
there?
back to the next one. I
Azalea?
even brought the materials and stuff. Make me something mega cool, yeah?
Sure. What kind of blade do you want? Sword? Gun?
Fists.
Okie dokie.
Hey. If we didn't have to fight each other, you think that could have been Yoren?
Oh.
Yoren, did you ditch training again just to work on this stuff?
Did not.
I'm not skiving. I just had a bad headache. I gave notice too.
Excuse me? No one did that for you, right?
Yeah, I'm used to doing it.
Okay, it's done. Hold on. Is that...
Who's that? Hans.
This one's Uni, and this is Noah.
Hey, that looks just like me. Good job, matey.
Huh?
I love it, Euron.
Yeah?
Yeah. We don't have your talent. All we can do is slash and shoot each other. But you create things.
I kind of don't care about this
So
Yorin,
who's this?
like, subplot.
We know someone like that?
Looks like a real tough fella.
That's... it's me.
That's him as Jay, though. That looks like his
What?
outfit or something.
This is you.
Like the colors? The red?
Yeah, but, like... That's what I want to end up like, someday.
Huh.
Silly, huh?
It's not silly. I believe in you. I've seen exactly what you can do.
You think he's got what it takes? You're talking out your bum.
No, I'm not. He can do it. Right, Jorn?
I'll try then. I'll try really hard.
So it's our fault.
He looked up to me, man. Smiling.
Sometimes it's hard to judge, huh? What we're supposed to be protecting. It all gets a bit blurry.
Yeah.
Even so, his smile was the real thing. We should cherish that. Next time we'll think twice about who really needs punching.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
So that's how you have to sleep in boot camp. Not really, you can actually get under your blankets and stuff, but they do this stupid thing where you have to lay on your bed as it's made and just lay there for like 5 minutes.
So you saw it? Huh?
Hold on.
Your husk. Your own lifeless husk. You've come across it?
How did you...
Your eyes. You looked like you were gazing into your own past.
That's crazy. Live long enough and you learn how to figure out stuff like that.
Oh, it hasn't been as long as you think. But folk do tell me I'm pretty sharp.
No. How come you don't wake these guys up? Can you use the help? Or is it because they'd just be Mobius fodder?
They can't be fodder. If we wake them up here, they'll be freed from the shackles of the flame clock.
So why then?
Because this is our fight. We don't know how long it'll take. And their lives are short.
So you don't want to get them mixed up in everything?
That's one reason.
And the other?
People need to learn who they really are. What they have to leave behind for posterity. I want them to wake up in a world that affords them that chance.
How do we discover who we really are?
that from the husk.
Yeah.
You won't find yourself there.
Huh?
You've got to look to the present and the future only. The one in the past, it isn't you. You didn't make that, and it's not yours.
Make that?
But look to the future, and you can build yourself up however you like. You can become whoever you want to be.
I can?
You've got the power to do so. Be true to yourself.
Thank you. That's...
Well...
That's why Uni gets the class.
Your dad?
But it goes for you, too.
True to myself. We'll see.
Really? Did you seriously just burn your tongue again?
You saw that.
Well, your soup is one of the highlights of my day.
Really? Whoa, thanks. I'm flattered.
It was just the truth.
Want some to taste test?
For real. Good thing I got off early. You enjoy cooking?
Oh, it's been drilled into me. It's a ritual now. Can't really start the day without making a pot.
I get you. 2 months, huh? Since that battle.
Yeah.
You're tough. No joke.
Eh?
We heard from Uni that you're just like us.
Oh, that part.
I've been plodding along, playing it all cool. But when we saw him again, I thought, nah, snuff all of this.
I'm scared too, just so you know. Since Monica told us the whole truth, I've hoped... No. I'm sure I'll see Miyabi again. I'm so sure of it.
Hard, wasn't it? Hearing that.
Yeah. But it sure beats ignorance.
That's what Noah thinks too. You're hard as nails.
What we don't know might as well not exist. It's an obvious way to think, but it isn't right. Closing my eyes doesn't mean evil disappears.
And so, you go on?
Yeah, I'll keep going, while my flame still flickers to the bitter end, with all of you.
You said it.
Dude, I love these guys. Oh, that was part of the main quest, I guess. Wait, was doing that side quest part of the main quest? I didn't realize that. That's why I couldn't go to the barracks. Or maybe I still can't? Or maybe you can only go to sleep at the barracks when it's part of the main quest. Anyway, I was talking about sleeping in boot camp. The way Uni was just like laying on top of her made bed. I was just like, that's literally like. So yeah, when you go to sleep in boot camp, in Marine Corps boot camp, there's like a whole ritual before bed where you have to stand online, which means stand in front of your rack, which is your bed, with your rack mate. So you're both standing next to each other, and then everyone's doing that. and the drill instructors like go around and inspect everybody, make sure nobody has like injuries that they're trying to hide or infections. Like I had cellulitis on my elbow, and so like when my senior drill instructor came to inspect me, he's like, "You got anything wrong with you?" And I was like, "This recruit has a big red spot on his elbow," and he's like, "You know what that is? Cellulitis." And then he took a Sharpie and drew a circle around it. And he's like, "In the morning, if it's outside of that circle, you're going to medical." And in the morning, when I looked at it, it was outside the circle, so I went to medical. But anyway, they do that, and then when they're done inspecting everybody, you sing the Marines hymn. You just like sing the Marines hymn, and then you have to drink a full canteen, which, let me see how many ounces that is. Devil Dog Depot. 1 quart. So you have to drink a quart of water, and if you're supposed to have full canteens like at all times, and so when you go to drink the quart of water, it's gonna be full. Like, you can try to plan ahead and like empty your canteen so that when you have to drink your canteen before bed, it's empty and you can fake it. But if you get caught, you get in a ton of trouble, which people get caught all the time because they're walking and watching, and they can tell if you're faking it or not. But yeah, you get inspected, you sing the Marines hymn, you drink your quart of water, and then I can't remember what they say. There's like they say like something, and then you go and stand next to your rack, which is like you and your rack mate go to the opposite sides of the beds because they're bunk beds. Whoops. And then they say mount, or what? I can't remember what they say. They say like something, and you stand next to your bed, and then they say whatever, and then you like put your hands on your bed. Like I was on the top bunk, so I would grab like the rail or whatever, and they would say mount, and then like, you know, if you're on the bottom bunk, you like get in bed. If you're on the top bunk, you climb up onto your bed. And then you just like lay like at attention in bed, so you're at the position of attention, but laying down, and then you just lay there for like, I don't know, however many minutes until taps plays, and then taps plays, and then you lay there through taps, and then I can't remember what they say, but they say one more thing, and it means get under your covers. But a lot of times I would just like fall asleep like that as taps is playing. I would just like fall asleep, and then I would wake up like a couple hours later because I would have to pee really, really bad, and I would get up and go pee, and then when I would get back to bed, I would get under my blankets finally. But yeah, it was really stupid. I don't know. I mean, it's just oh, that was weird. My headset disconnected. It's just a dumb. It's the way things happen in the Marines, I guess. I don't know. It's dumb.
Oh, so that's how they're doing.
Anyway, what else do we have? I feel like I want to save these. I feel like I'm done for tonight. I got a good chunk of stuff out of the way, and I'm kind of tired. It is past my bedtime anyway, so let me... Where do I want to plant myself? Jeez, I almost fell off. Let me talk to this kid, I guess. Azalea's dad was locked up in the prison camp. They better let me save him. Oh, I wonder if he's the guy in the... Excuse me. In this quest. I can't remember what his name was. It was like Garden or something like that. Do I want to... I want to do this first thing tomorrow. So I guess I'll go to the Forest region. Also, there's question marks that I never did. But I'll go here. Hopefully the quest doesn't start right away. If it does, I'll play a little bit. Otherwise, I'm going to call it here for tonight. I should have started earlier, but I don't know. I got off early today, too. I got off like almost an hour. I got to leave at 4:08 instead of 5 after working a 15-hour shift the day before. Which I was like, my supervisor came to me and she was like, what did she say? She was like, I think she just said like, you know, if you want, you can take off early since you put in plenty of time this week already. And I was like, you know what, I will. Because most of the time, I mean, she's come to me a couple times like that. Like, hey, if you want to take off early, I can keep an eye on the help desk. But I've been like, nah, I'll stick around till 5. It's not, I'm already, you know, it's already, you know, 4. So I might as well just stick around for another hour, get my full 8. But this time I was like, you know what? I'm going home. Because I worked 15 hours yesterday. And yeah, I never leave early. So I'm gonna take you up on that. But yeah, and I got home and like, oh, I never got this body. I got home at like 5:30ish, which is, you know, 45 minutes earlier than usual. But then I didn't go to sleep until like 7. And then I woke up like right away anyway. Like I went to sleep at like 7. And then my mom knocked on my door because she was gonna order dinner or something. She asked me if I wanted anything. And I don't know if my brother picked it up on the way home or if it got delivered or what. But like that woke me up, and then I fell back asleep and then woke up again like 20 minutes after that because my brother came home and he rang the doorbell and it woke me up. And I was just like, I got annoyed because I was like, why just open the door, dude? You got a key. But maybe he doesn't. Maybe he lost it again. Yeah, and then I fell asleep again, and then I woke up at like 9-ish, or like right before 9. And then I ate my burrito. And yeah, then I was annoyed because I was like, I got off early, and I didn't even, I mean, I guess I took advantage of it by just doing other stuff, but I was like, I got off early on a Friday. I was thinking like when I get home, I'm just gonna go to sleep right away, wake up at like, you know, 7 or 8, and then stream. And then I didn't stream until 10, so I lost a couple hours, but whatever. Okay, let me go over here. I'm gonna go to like 50. Okay. I didn't save the whole time.
We have to keep track of our progress.
Oh, I was like, how did I play for 9 hours? That doesn't make any sense. Because it said 58 hours and then jumped to 67. But this was my last save. So like, yeah, almost 4 hours. That makes sense. Anyway. That's it. I'll be back tomorrow. I have nothing planned, and I don't, like, unless something comes up out of the blue and is like, hey, we're going to dinner for some reason. We're doing something. I should be back tomorrow. More of this. And I won't have anything to complain about at the beginning, so it'll be like a good full stream of Xenoblade 3 progress. Dude, that's what I was saying at the, like, earlier. Like, Wednesday was supposed to be that stream where I complained and vented for like 30 minutes, but then Thursday just turned into, like, Thursday the whole day. Like, the meeting was stupid, then the IT director calling me after the meeting and being stupid, and then having to stay, like, I was like, I gotta stay late, so I'm not gonna stream anyway. But 7 hours, I thought it was gonna be like maybe an hour, maybe 2 at worst. Like, I was thinking, like, okay, it might take an hour to get this all done, and then if something, you know, is weird, maybe we spend another hour fixing it. But 7 hours, yeah, I don't know. I didn't think I was gonna have anything to talk about at the beginning of the stream, but then I went a whole hour and a half. But anyway, tomorrow I shouldn't have anything. I hope I don't have anything. So more of this, and hopefully I start earlier so I can, I don't know, get a fat chunk of stuff done. Because I'm more than halfway through the game and I want to finish it. I have no days. Honestly, I have how many days until October starts, and I have to start playing horror games, because if I don't, it's a waste of an October. No. I mean, you can play horror games any time of the year, but they just feel better in October. Like, there's a Friday the 13th this October, which, like, how often does that happen? Once every 7 years. I actually don't know how days work, so when was the last Friday the 13th in October? Let's see. Friday the 13th occurrences. Well, the last one was in January of this year. Then May of 2022, August of 2021, November 2020, March 2020. I'm trying to figure out how to go back farther. Oh, maybe 2017?
Let me just fix this.
Okay. So there was a Friday the 13th in 1995, 2000, 2006,
Hey, did you guys hear
and then
something?
2017.
My plume is
So,
everywhere.
what, 95 to 23, 28 years there's been. This will be the 5th one. So that's even less than I was saying. I was like once every 7 years or something, because there's 7 days in a week. I don't know. 7 opportunities for a Friday. A 13th to land on a Friday. But that's all I was like, I don't know how days work, so I don't know. I'm sure the 365, you know, makes it not line up exactly in leap years and whatever. But whatever. Anyway. I don't know. Wait. Yeah, I don't know what I would do on Friday the 13th anyway, because I don't. That Friday the 13th game doesn't exist anymore, right? They shut that down. And I don't think there's any other Friday the 13th. Oh, actually, I think there's like an NES Friday the 13th game or something. But I don't think I would play it. But I would definitely Friday the 13th. I have to play something scary. Maybe I play World of Horror on Friday the 13th. I feel like that'd be perfect. Because it's a like I don't know how to. It feels weird when I say this, but Friday the 13th. World of Horror is comfy. It's like horror, but it's comfy. I guess that Friday the 13th game is still. Oh, December 31st is when they shut it down. So there's a couple months or a few months left. Oh wait. Oh, they're gonna take it off the store on December 31st. And then it'll be live until at least December 31st, 2024. So I guess I could play that on Friday the 13th. Because everyone's going to do that, right? See, that's what I thought they shut it down a long... Yeah, like I thought like maybe they just announced it and didn't actually shut it down. What? I feel like there was like a license... What just happened? Did the weather change? Like suddenly, what just happened? The color just like, they just put the, I was gonna say the Breaking Bad Mexico filter, but I feel like it's not yellowish enough. Okay, now it's going away. That was weird. That was so like sudden and random. I'm trying to think. I feel like there was like a licensed asymmetrical multiplayer game like that got shut down. Not just like announced to shut down.
Rain, how inconvenient.
Oh, Texas. Yeah, no, yeah, shut down. Texas Chainsaw is like the new one, the new hotness. That is like the same thing, basically. I guess that's different though. Well, I mean it is kind of the same, but like it's a different style of that because I don't think it's asymmetrical because I think it's like the same amount of people on both teams. Instead of the one killer versus instead of the Dead by Daylight style one killer versus however many survivors. But I feel like there was something else. Also, when's the Nightmare on Elm Street version? Because that feels like what's next, right? What else would they do? Saw? I mean, I guess they have Saw games, but nothing like multiplayer. Or maybe they do. I don't know. Wait, we played it and got called the worst players they had ever had met. Jeez. I've heard like. Yeah, I've heard a lot of those games are pretty... They have pretty toxic communities. Not even like toxic by multiplayer game standards even. But I've never played them, so I don't actually know. Like I haven't even touched Dead by Daylight ever. So like, I don't know, those games just don't really like interest me. Spent the whole first match walking. On purpose or like did you just not know how to play yet? Oh, you were in character. Method acting. That's pretty good though. I want to watch the Friday the 13th movies, but I don't want to watch it on Friday the 13th because I want to stream. So I'm thinking like, I don't know, maybe I'll just watch them throughout October because there's like a million of them, and I've seen Freddy vs. Jason and then like parts of one of the other ones, and I don't even remember which one. I just remember as a kid it was on TV or someone was watching it and I was like, in the next room just like playing games or something, but I would like look over or like, you know, go to the kitchen or something and watch parts of it. But I never watched the whole thing. And Freddy vs. Jason, that was like the only one that I've seen the whole thing of. But that was like when it came out, and I don't even remember much about it. I just remember, I think Jason wins, or maybe no one wins. I don't remember. I feel like I remember. Oh, maybe I'm mixing my memory up with like one of the Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I feel like Freddy got burned in a building, and now I'm thinking like, isn't that his origin story or something? And so now I'm mixing up my memories. Oh wait, okay. So I looked up Freddy vs. Jason, and I'm on the Wikipedia page, and I just went straight to the last paragraph of the plot. It says the following morning, Jason emerges from the water holding his machete and Freddy's severed head. Freddy winks, and his laughter is heard in the background, leaving the winner ambiguous. And I immediately remembered that. I was like, oh yeah, I remember that exactly. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'll watch one of them tomorrow. Because like the other thing is like, I watched the Red Letter Media video that came out yesterday. I watched it today, but they're talking about the Jason movies, the Friday the 13th movies, and I was like, man, now I want to watch them because like, I don't know, they make them sound kind of, well, the second and the fourth one sound like they're decent, but they both. It was what are their names? Jay and Mike. I was like, what? It was them talking about him, and they both said 3 is like, you know, the worst, and Jay was saying like it's pretty universally hated, but that 4 is one of the best ones, and 2 is a really good one. Like 4 is like a good just horror movie in general, not like the best Jason movie, but like a good horror movie. And then 2 is also like a pretty good one. And then I think 6 is supposed to be another good one or something, but they didn't talk about it. They only talked about 1 through 5, I think, or 1 through 4. I don't know. But anyway, it made me want to watch them because like, I don't know, it's Halloween time, and I watched No One Will Save You and Slaughterhouse last weekend, and I was disappointed by both of them for different reasons, but I was like, man, I want to watch, like, I need to watch something good, something I haven't seen, but I also want to watch The Witch again, because I love that movie. Anyway, we'll see. I might watch something tomorrow and then talk about it tomorrow night, but whatever. I already saved, so I'm not gonna save again because I just added like 10 more minutes to my time for nothing. But whatever. That's it. Yeah, I'll be back. Enjoy the rest of your day or night, whatever time it is for you. That's it for me. Goodbye.